Hello. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, can you please be seated as we are about to commence our ceremony? Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، الرجاء الوقوف للسلام الوطني لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for the UAE national anthem.
Our world is evolving at an unprecedented pace, marked by complexity, uncertainty, and profound transformation. In this volatile landscape, the resilience of our defense and security systems faces relentless challenges, urging us to rethink, reimagine, and redefine their very foundations. The fragility of global supply chains has been laid bare by a convergence of pandemics, natural disasters, and geopolitical strife. These vital arteries of our interconnected world demand robust foresight, innovative strategies, and unwavering collaboration to withstand the cascading effects of unforeseen disruptions. Simultaneously, our societies wrestle with a profound dichotomy: truth versus deception. Disinformation and influence operations have become a potent weapon of mass manipulation, sowing division and amplifying unrest. To counter this threat, we must harness the power of unity, innovation, and vigilance to ensure that truth triumphs over chaos. Meanwhile, the race to space signifies both unparalleled opportunity and heightened competition. As the new frontier of human ambition and innovation, space is now a critical domain for communication, defense, and global security. It challenges us to stay ahead in the technological revolution, ensuring that progress remains a force for peace. As we convene here in Abu Dhabi, the capital city of the United Arab Emirates, let us rise to the challenge of reimagining global defense. Together, through ingenuity, collaboration, and determination, we can forge solutions that are not just reactive, but resilient and adaptive, ensuring the safety and stability of our nations and the prosperity of future generations. The International Defense Conference 2025 serves as a platform for experts, leaders, and visionaries to come together, exchange ideas, and explore innovative approaches to addressing critical global challenges in peace and security. Welcome to the International Defense Conference 2025. This is Defense Reimagined: Innovation, Integration, and Resilience.
المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم هاجرة الحمادي، وأتشرف أن أرحب بكم جميعاً في مؤتمر الدفاع الدولي 2025 الذي يقام تحت رعاية صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، القائد الأعلى للقوات المسلحة حفظه الله وتعالى. تنظم المؤتمر مجموعة أدنك بالتعاون مع وزارة الدفاع ومجلس التوازن.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Khalifa Al-Falahi and I am honored to welcome you all to the International Defense Conference 2025. This prestigious event is held under the patronage of His Highness, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the United Arab Emirates and the Supreme Commander of the UAE Armed Forces. May God protect him. This conference is organized by ADNIC Group in collaboration with the Ministry of Defense and Tawazun Council.
نلتقي هذا العام تحت شعار ملهم: إعادة بلورة منظومة الدفاع، والذي يعكس الابتكار والتكامل والمرونة، والذي يعكس الحاجة المستمرة إلى التطوير والتأقلم والتعاون. في عالم سريع التغير نجد أنفسنا أمام قضايا وتحديات عالمية الأبعاد والتأثيرات، من أمن سلاسل الإمداد إلى المعلومات المضللة والفرص الناشئة في عالم الفضاء. تتطلب إعادة التفكير في مفاهيمنا التقليدية حول الدفاع. في هذا السياق يقدم مؤتمرنا اليوم من خلال كلمات رئيسية لشخصيات بارزة و3 جلسات حوارية يشارك فيها قادة عسكريون، صناع السياسات، أكاديميون، ورواد الصناعة. أفكار ورؤى وتحليلات يمكن البناء عليها من أجل تحديد أفضل السياسات الدفاعية لمواجهة التهديدات الناشئة واكتشاف التحديات والفرص.
We gather this year under an inspiring theme: Defense Reimagined, Innovation, Integration, and Resilience. This theme reflects the continuous need for development, adaptation, and collaboration. In a rapidly changing world, we face complex global challenges, from securing supply chains to addressing misinformation and exploring the vast frontier of space. Through insightful keynote speeches delivered by distinguished personalities and engaging panel discussions with military leaders, policymakers, academics, and industry experts, the conference provides valuable ideas and analysis. It serves as a platform to shape effective defense policies, address emerging threats, and anticipate future challenges and opportunities.
إن مؤتمرنا اليوم يمهد لحدثين بارزين: معرض الدفاع الدولي 17 آيدكس، ومعرض الدفاع والأمن البحري 8 نافدكس، اللذين ينطلقان غداً بإذن الله في مركز أبو ظبي الوطني للمعارض. يعكس وجود مؤتمر الدفاع الدولي قبل معرضي آيدكس ونافدكس ذلك التناغم الذي تلتقي فيه الاستراتيجية مع التنفيذ، والأفكار مع الابتكار، والتحليل النظري مع التطبيق العملي.
Our conference today sets the stage for 2 major events: the 17th International Defense Exhibition, IDEX, and the 8th Naval Defense and Maritime Security Exhibition, NAVDEX, launching tomorrow at the Abu Dhabi National Exhibition Center, ADNIC. Hosting the International Defense Conference ahead of IDEX and NAVDEX reflects a seamless synergy where strategy meets execution, ideas shape innovation, and theory translates into action.
نشكركم على الانضمام إلينا اليوم في هذه الرحلة المعرفية، ويشرفنا الآن أن نستضيف معالي محمد بن مبارك بن فاضل المزروعي وزير دولة لشؤون الدفاع لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل معاليه مشكوراً.
We thank you for joining us on this remarkable journey. It is now my honor to invite His Excellency Mohammed bin Mbarak bin Fadl al-Mazrou'i, Minister of State for Defense Affairs, to deliver the inaugural speech. Your Excellency.
Your Excellencies, military leaders, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, it is with great honor and pride that we welcome you to IDEX NAVDEX 2025, held in the capital Abu Dhabi under the esteemed patronage of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates and Supreme Commander of the UAE Armed Forces. Since 1993, IDEX has evolved into a world premier defense exhibition, a platform where nations, industry leaders, and military professionals engage in dialogue, demonstrating cutting-edge technology, building partnerships for a more secure world. Building on the legacy, it is crucial to recognize security in the modern era extends far beyond traditional defense. It now encompasses resilience of supply chain, the integrity of information, and the strategic use of space capability. In a world where global disruption can halt supply chains in an instant, security is no longer just about protection. It is about preparedness and adaptability, the ability to anticipate risk, diversify logistical networks, and integrate advanced technologies is what will keep nations and industries resilient. Here, we're not only discussing the vulnerabilities, but also unlocking new pathways for a secure and sustainable supply chain that will serve both defense and global security. Security today is no longer confined to the battlefield. In the digital age, misinformation is a powerful disruptor that shapes perceptions and influences conflicts. The challenge we face is clear. How do we protect the integrity of information in an era where narratives can be manipulated with a click of a button? The answer lies in protective digital defenses, AI threat detection, and strong international cooperation, all of which are areas where innovation can serve as our greatest ally. Beyond the boundaries of technological progress, we must also prepare for a rapidly evolving frontier, space. What was once the domain of exploration is now central to our communication, defense infrastructure, and global security framework. The question is not whether space will influence security, but rather how we ensure the responsible and strategic use for the benefit of humanity. The UAE has long championed peaceful exploration and innovation in space. And through partnerships, research, and investment, we stand committed to shaping policies that balance advancement with security. For the United Arab Emirates, security and prosperity are inseparable. We have placed technology, innovation, and strengthening partnership at the center of our future vision for a safer and more stable world. And this is what brings us together today. IDEX and NAVDEX are not just exhibitions. They are catalysts for collaboration, for groundbreaking ideas, and for partnerships that will shape the future of global security. Because the future of security is not something we wait for, it is something we build together. Thank you.
شكراً معاليكم على كلمتكم الافتتاحية.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your inaugural speech.
يتضمن مؤتمر الدفاع الدولي 3 جلسات حوارية، وستكون كل واحدة منها غنية بوجود خبراء وشخصيات مؤثرة في مجالات العسكرية والأكاديمية والصناعية.
The International Defense Conference includes 3 panel discussions, each enriched by the presence of leading experts and influential figures from the military, academia, and industrial sectors.
الجلسة الأولى للمؤتمر ستكون تحت عنوان الاضطرابات العالمية والاستعدادات الدفاعية، تخفيف حدة التهديدات التي تواجه سلاسل الإمداد الحيوية. ويلقي الكلمة الافتتاحية للجلسة سعادة الدكتور الأمين العام لمجلس التوازن الدكتور ناصر حميد النعيمي، فليتفضل سعادته مشكوراً.
Our first session is titled Global Disruptions and Defense Preparedness, Mitigating Threats to Critical Supply Chains. The opening address for this session will be delivered by His Excellency, Dr. Nasser Hamid al-Naimi, Secretary General of Tawazun Council. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Well, allow me first, sir, to thank everybody on the conference today, and I would like to extend the thanks to the organizing committees for their excellent job. Sir, Mr. Al-Mizraoui, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you, and good morning. It is both a privilege and an honor for me to welcome you today here at the International Defense Conference 2025 again. IDC is a global platform for dialogue, collaborations, and innovation in addressing the most pressing challenges facing defense and security industry. Today here in IDC and over the next few days in both IDEX and NAVDEX, we will explore solutions to build resiliency, enhance security, and drive progress toward a safer and a more sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, the past few years have revealed the fragility of the global supply chain. In an increasingly interconnected world, disruptions in one part of the system can ripple across industries, affecting even the most well-prepared sectors. The defense industry has not been immune for these disruptions. Trade routes are the lifelines of defense logistics, ensuring that critical materials and resources reach where they are needed and when they are needed. Yet, these very artery of global supply chain are increasingly under strain. Natural disasters, geopolitical blockades, and economic instabilities have crippled supply chain. Halting the flow of essential components and delaying production timelines. Ladies and gentlemen, when trade routes are disrupted, the consequences are not just logistical, they are strategic. Delayed shipment mean delay capabilities, and delayed and compromised supply chain mean compromised readiness. This reality demands an urgent action. We must not only rethink and rebuild our defense supply chain for now, rather future-proof them for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's unpredictable world, resiliency is not a choice. It is a necessity. A resilient defense industry ecosystem demand a strategic balance, one that brings together localized production, regional partnership, and strong global collaborations. This integrated approach is what strengthens the ability to navigate complexity, adapt to evolving threats, and drive sustainable growth in the defense sector. At Tawazun Council, we see resiliency not merely as a response to challenges, but a core principle where anticipation, adaptation, and future readiness converge to strengthen national security and drive long-term sustainability. Our mission at Tawazun Council is to shape a defense ecosystem that is agile and future-ready, aligned with the UAE leadership's aspiration to position the country as a preferred hub for regional and international defense industries. This commitment at Tawazun Council is guided by 4 key priorities: strengthening supply chain, to enhance sustainability and mitigate risks, we are diversifying supply sources while fostering regional and global partnership with trusted allies. 2, localization and industrial development. By investing in local manufacturing and cutting-edge technologies, we are ensuring the UAE's ability to meet its critical and sovereign defense needs and position the UAE as a global key participant in defense innovation. 3, sustainability. Sustainability is at the heart of the UAE's national vision. At Tawazun Council, we recognize that technological advancement and environmental responsibility must go hand in hand. Through ethical practices, resources efficiency, and sustainable production, we are shaping a defense sector that is both future-proof and globally competitive. 4th, ladies and gentlemen, is human capital. Needless to say that resiliency is not solely about technology and supply chain. It's about people. That is why at Tawazun Council, we are dedicated to nurturing the next generation of Emirati defense professionals through specialized education, training, and leadership development program. Their expertise, coupled with their unwavering commitment, will drive the UAE defense industry forward. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stress the fact that the challenges we're facing require bold and decisive actions. It is essential to diversify supply chain, to eliminate vulnerability and ensure continuity. It is crucial to deepen alliances with each other, to build a more secure and interconnected defense ecosystem. And we must continue to foster and encourage innovation to address the threats of tomorrow, not just the challenges of today. Ladies and gentlemen, let IDC 2025 be remembered as the moment we came together to forge a more resilient and sustainable defense ecosystem for future generations. As His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan has wisely said, and I quote, "We must secure our country, safeguard our people, and ensure a prosperous future for our children and grandchildren, with the blessings that God has granted us." End quote. Let us build a safer, stronger, and a brighter tomorrow through the decision we make today. Ladies and gentlemen, like all of you, I am eager and looking forward to the invaluable insights our esteemed subject matter experts will share in the upcoming panel. Their expertise will deepen our understanding of this critical topic, shaping perspective and guiding meaningful discussion on its strategic significance and impact. I wish our panelists the best of luck and encourage all of you to engage, reflect, and make the most out of this valuable discussion. Thank you, and shukran jazilan.
شكرا سعادتكم على كلمتكم القيمة. ندعو الآن إلى المنصة بلال صعب، مدير مكتب مركز ترندز للبحوث والاستشارات بواشنطن دي سي، لتقديم المتحدثين وإدارة الجلسة الأولى.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your valuable speech. We now invite Bilal Saab, Senior Managing Director at Trends Research and Advisory, Washington Office, to the stage to introduce the speakers and moderate the first session.
Sabah khair. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. I am Bilal Saab, yes. I am the Senior Managing Director of Trends US, which is the spoiled child of Trends Research and Advisory. We're based in Washington, D.C. I'm also a former Pentagon official in the first Trump administration. I have the absolute pleasure of introducing the first panel. We'll start with His Excellency General Hulusi Akar. He's a member of Parliament. Please, General. Chair of the National Defense Committee of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey and former Turkish Minister of National Defense. General. Next is Mr. Farouk Azir. He is the Chairman, Logistics Cluster of Abu Dhabi Ports Group. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Farouk. Next is Tim Cahill, President of Missiles, Fire, and Control with Lockheed Martin. Thank you, Tim. Certainly not last but not least, Professor Manmohan Sodhi. He's a Professor of Operations and Supply Chain Management with the Bay's Business School. Well, gentlemen, good morning. I thought His Excellency Dr. Nasser did us all a huge favor by providing an excellent overview of the problem set, so we're not going to add too much to that, but disruptions to global supply chains, they're not new. Nothing new. We've had them throughout the 20th century. Even before that, the 9/11 era, post 9/11 era, certainly in the 21st century. I think what we're dealing with today, which is different, is the likelihood and the complexity of those disruptions. Oftentimes we're dealing with those disruptions at the same time, even though they're caused by different things, pandemics, natural disasters, ransomware, cyber issues, conflict, sanctions, you name it. And so it's a plethora of issues that are causing these disruptions nowadays. And so the question begs itself, how do you deal with all these disruptions? And last time I checked, we still live in a world that cares a lot about relative gains, meaning that we all don't necessarily think in absolute gains. And especially on the key theme of today's panel, which is resilience. You know, I'm thinking about how could I be more resilient than you, instead of how can I think collaboratively with you about together becoming more resilient. So this is an age-old problem. Obviously, we're not going to solve it today, but I still believe that there's plenty of room for cooperation and collaboration on this very issue, simply because it affects us all, right? This is not an isolated issue, and there's no question that further cooperation, either between the public sector and the private sector, or just among nations, is definitely the preferred course of action. Now, obviously, it's easier said than done. So we have 40 minutes, a little less than 40 minutes. Thank God I don't have to answer any of those questions. We have some serious intellectual firepower on this panel, so I'm going to go immediately to you with a discussion that I thought we agreed we would divide into 3 parts. A quick diagnosis of the problem set, and then the responses, international responses to it, and then last but not least, sort of typical American fashion, lessons learned, right? So why don't we just start with a diagnosis. I'll start with the gentleman closest to me, the general. Just give us your own understanding of, is this a new moment when it comes to disruptions of these global supply chains? How do you understand it personally?
Yeah, thank you, and good morning. In today's world, unfortunately, critical supply chains are more vulnerable than ever, as you notice. The defense sector must lead the charge in securing these lifelines of national security. In other words, it should provide safe and secure areas, and especially sea lines of communication. In today's interconnected world, critical supply chains are more vulnerable than ever due to the various factors, including geopolitical tensions and cyber attacks. The defense sector plays a crucial role in safeguarding these vital links of national security. This requires focusing on the following key areas. First, we must assess risks and the dangers, also gather intelligence in order to detect threats before they occur. Emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, and the automation offer the potential to create more secure and responsive supply chains. However, despite their considerable benefits, systems utilizing the cutting-edge technologies are not immune to threats, like hacking attempts or cyber attacks. We must strengthen our cybersecurity, ensuring our supply networks remain strong and resilient. Another important aspect is diversification. We cannot rely on a single source for essential materials. Instead, we must invest in domestic production and strengthen our alliances. Beyond that, we need strategic stockpiling to prepare for crises, to enhance industrial resilience, and military protection of infrastructure of safeguard vital trade routes. Therefore, strong public-private partnerships and cutting-edge technology are essential in enhancing security. Security or securing critical supply chains demands a productive, proactive, strategic, and collaborative approach for the defense sector, which involve comprehensive threat assessment and intelligence gathering by using robust cybersecurity technologies, also diversification of sourcing and production, strategic stockpiling capacity development, and strategic integration of cutting-edge technologies. In conclusion, by effectively executing these multifaceted policies, the defense sector can significantly increase resilience, security, and economic prosperity in a complex and interconnected world. Furthermore, the tension on tariffs between the United States and the others, including Canada, Mexico, China, and the EU, as well as the crises such as those in Ukraine and Palestine, may cause delays and pauses in critical supply chain. By the way, we fully support reaching peaceful and lasting solutions to those crises. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Farouk, you're part of a fairly large organization, and you guys are very busy, number of ports. You're seeing things from the commercial side, but obviously it's virtually impossible to separate, the commercial from the defense sector. Your own perspective, your own experience, how are you seeing those disruptions?
Well, I think the most important thing here is to be resilient, number one, as we said clearly, but more important is to be ahead of the game, not to be behind the game. I think lesson learned from COVID and all the disruption in the supply chain, where the world got stuck at a certain time. I think what UAE has done was a very good example when it comes to the vaccines and the pharmaceutical business. I mean, we were so well organized that we brought vaccines from all over the world. We brought them to the country. The supply to the whole country was there all the time. I think we were one of the fastest growing number of vaccine takers in the whole world. We became number one, actually. So we prepared a cold chain, which is not easy, in no time. We were supplying medicines within a couple of hours through a last mile delivery. That by itself is a very big achievement. Let's go now to the other most important thing. In Abu Dhabi ports, for example, where I belong, we have 5 clusters. We have a free zone where we supply warehouses and lands, industrial, commercial, etc., to cater for all the supply chain. We have ports. We started with a few ports, 7 in the UAE, in different locations. We are not only in one, but we cater to all types of ships, and that's also very important. We moved to our maritime. We started 10 years back with almost a few vessels. Now we own and operate 270 plus vessels. But the most important, these vessels are of different types. You're talking about container vessels, ro-ro vessels, tankers, break bulk. We have even barges and landing crafts to cater for all the needs of the country. Moving to the logistics side, we bought companies globally so that the supply chain will never be disrupted to our world or to our part of the world. We also have a digital and security platform that helps us to cater for all our services and to the market. So I believe when crises happen, the type of ports, the location of these ports, the location of the facilities, the trucks, the different types of trucks, different types of warehouses. I think we always thought of one day if we have a problem, what we're gonna do. We moved in different directions commercially. Of course, our main objective is to serve our country, the region, and the world. And we have proven it that we have services when the world was standing still. Our carriers, the local carriers, were operating globally. Even the passenger carriers were turned to cargo aircrafts in no time. Even sometimes they could not remove the seats even from the planes. I think one big blessing with the support of our leadership here, that move, you have all the support, help the country, help the region, help the world, and that is the key success, I call it, what we managed to achieve in Abu Dhabi ports.
Sounds like you're well prepared, but I'm going to challenge you in a minute and get back to you, because I'm pretty sure there's something that's got to worry you. You haven't slam dunked this problem. Tim, I can't remember the exact quote from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth about shooting values or shooting with values. Can you shoot disruptions? What's your perspective about these disruptions?
Yeah, Bilal, thank you. So, from our standpoint, supply chain has always been critical for us, and we have a lot of tools that we use to manage and to keep it efficient. I think over the last few years, what we've found is something akin to, we've all experienced when if you think about your health, if you're 20 years old and you hurt yourself, you pull a muscle, you bounce back pretty fast and you pretty much can expect you're going to get back to where you were. When you're, let's just say, not 20 years old anymore, it doesn't quite work that way. And you find sometimes you don't get all the way back to where you wanted to be, and the things that you did before aren't working anymore. And that is where we are today. The tools and the techniques and the things that we used before to fix minor disruptions aren't working the way they once were. And in many cases, it goes back to just fundamental supply. So I'll give you an example that's hounding us. It's a supply of titanium. And you can go back all the way through the analysis, and it's a long story of what has happened, but fundamentally, it takes us years to get titanium. And this is deep in our supply chain. We don't use it as a prime contractor that much, but all of our suppliers building solid rocket motors use it all the time. If you now have years to get titanium, you have a real problem because that becomes your pacing item. Well, what do you do about something like that? We're not going to go dig more titanium mines as a contractor. So we have to actually get down and figure out what those items are and then start partnering with nations, governments, maybe mining companies, in our case, Congress of the United States, figure out ways to actually isolate and produce more of that particular material, as well as go out actually to the market as a Lockheed Martin and say, I'm going to actually buy titanium for my entire supply chain for the next 5 years and buy it in bulk and get it in ahead of time. That means putting out significant expenditures up front. But we've got to do things like that. The disruptions aren't healing themselves. The problems are not coming back. COVID went away and suddenly you say, well, we'll get back to where we were, and we're not getting there. And we have to figure out, so in order to figure out how to bring new sources, bring multiple suppliers, we have to actually start looking at every single element that's affecting that supply chain at a detailed level and come up with new techniques to solve those problems.
Thank you very much. Professor Manmohan, I can't think of a more relevant expertise, frankly. I mean, it's right there written on the paper. So you should be in your comfort zone. What are your own thoughts on this?
Yeah. Thanks, Bilal. I wrote the first paper on supply chain risk and disruptions, and I also wrote one of the first books on the topic. And so this is early 2000s. And what I see today, people are still talking about the same things we were talking about 20 years ago. That means the problems are challenging. But there are two new things, and I'd like the audience to remember these two phrases because you'll hear that for the next 20 years. Supply chain interdiction, supply chain infiltration. These were not words we used in the supply chain world until this year. I just wrote a paper about it. Supply chain infiltration, if you look at fentanyl coming into the US from India and China, that's not coming in as fentanyl. It's going through Mexico, it's being repackaged as pharmaceuticals and entering as a different product. What the Israelis did with Hezbollah, with the explosive pagers, that's also infiltration. That's a new threat. So that's a downstream threat. Earlier, the kind of challenges like Tim talked about with titanium, these are upstream challenges. But now we have downstream challenges. You don't know the refrigerator in your house, when will it explode, or will it explode? I asked a medical electronics company senior manager about what kind of supply chain risk. He had not even considered the fact that his medical electronic equipment can be hijacked, whether by Israelis or by somebody else, and converted into dangerous products. So we haven't thought about infiltration yet at all. Secondly, interdiction. Supply chain interdiction, this is a term, interdiction is a term well known to people in the defense forces. You try to destroy enemy supply lines. But now it's come into the world of supply chain. You can think of, in minor ways, you can think of Somali pirates hijacking bauxite ships, and then the Houthis attacking ships in the Red Sea. But now we have this wholesale, what I call as potential hijacking of supply chain routes. I mean, think what's common between Panama Canal, Greenland being the location of the future sea routes going over the North Pole with the ice caps melting, and Gaza, which is 80 miles from the Suez Canal. I mean, once we have one country potentially, I don't know this obviously, one country controlling all major sea routes in the world, that creates conflict. I know it sounds like we can make the world safer as Americans, but it also creates conflicts because other people would like to have part of those supply chains too. And the thing connecting both of these things is now the information flows. Using information, of course, we had the Stuxnet virus with the US and the Israelis attacking the Iranian centrifuges, but that virus also attacked Siemens equipment in India, Mexico, and many other countries. So these kind of random, almost, I guess, uncontrolled cyber attacks not only attack your enemy, but they attack supply chains across the world for many other countries. The second aspect of these information flows is now you have companies like Google entering into the defense. Now that sounds nice, but how many of us use Google phones? If Google is trying to weaponize that information, it changes the world of supply chains quite dramatically. And the UK government also asking Apple to provide a backdoor into the security, so that whether you have an Apple phone or a Google phone or Android phone of any kind at all, the world becomes suddenly a lot more insecure. Finally, and some of you have already pointed out to that, Bilal said it more eloquently than I can, the biggest threat or the challenge is we are not looking at the world as global challenges. These are challenges that attack every supply chain, be it pandemic, be it earthquakes and disasters of other kind. We are not dealing with that. We are moving away. If you look at the discussion in the supply chain disruption world, we are turning our attention to other things. But the two things I'd like you to remember, supply chain interdiction and supply chain infiltration. These will come for the next 20 years, 30 years, and so on.
That was excellent. Thank you. General, you talked about public-private partnerships. That's incredibly important, especially for this problem set. So let's weave that into the conversation about international responses. What are your own thoughts about international cooperation when it comes to disruptions of global supply chains? You already started alluding to that in the first question, but delve a little bit deeper into that if you don't mind.
Yeah, let me taking this opportunity. First of all, I'd like to say a few things, a few words about the startups and the tech disruptors. The startups and the tech disruptors, as you know, they are game changers in national the defense. NATO already realized this and initiated the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, DIANA program, in order to benefit from the advantages. They bring speed, innovation, and agility by developing cutting-edge technologies and autonomous systems faster than traditional defense firms. They also offer cost-effective solutions using commercial tech to create powerful military applications. To give an example, just look at how Baykar drones in Turkey transformed modern warfare. And in space and communications, companies such as SpaceX are revolutionizing secure connectivity. Startups and disruptors also make defense supply chains more resilient and secure. They also enhance cybersecurity. In cybersecurity, startups are building artificial intelligence-driven defense systems to counter evolving threats. They also diversify supply sources, secure logistics, and the AI, and enable rapid local production. Therefore, startups and the tech disruptors are crucial drivers of innovation in national defense and security. Their agility, speed, and focus on cutting-edge technologies and space-based solutions are revolutionizing military capabilities and also, more importantly, transforming the very nature of warfare. To sum up, startups are shaping the future of the defense, and I believe that all governments must support their innovation to stay ahead. Moreover, these innovators are essential not only for maintaining technological advantage, but also for ensuring national security in a competitive world. We all know collaboration, the key issue for resilient supply chain. So, to build and maintain an effectively network, I believe intelligence sharing agreements are a fundamental first step. They enable early warning and accurate threat diagnosis, ensuring the nations can anticipate and mitigate risks to supply chains before they escalate. Besides, there are collaborative programs like NATO's Diana initiative and the European Defence Fund, which provide secure platforms for innovation, joint research, and the technology sharing. These programs help partnership between governments, private companies, and research institutions to strengthen defense supply chains. Another key strategy is regional defense cooperation. For example, Turkey's defense agreements with the friendly and allied countries help create a shared logistics and production network, reducing dependency on external supplies. Additionally, we should identify the need for strategic stockpiling and long-term aircraft parking within our respective countries. Remembering the early stage of the COVID-19 pandemic, and more recently the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war, we witnessed widespread flight suspension and the grounding of the numerous aircraft. These events highlighted the vulnerability of supply chains and underscored the importance of dedicated storage airports to mitigate such disruptions. For instance, Turkey has designated 2 provinces as suitable locations for such facilities. Finally, we see that the joint infrastructure investments are essential. Programs like the EU's Permanent Structured Cooperation, PESCO, allow nations to pool resources, co-develop military technologies, and build shared logistics hubs. In Turkey, the development of local defense clusters in cities like Ankara and Istanbul, in partnership with companies like Aselsan, Roketsan, and TEİ, ensures domestic production capabilities and supply chain security. We believe that by strengthening intelligence sharing, collaborative programs, regional defense agreements, and joint infrastructure investments, nations can build a secure, adaptable, and a resilient defense supply chain.
That was terrific. Thank you, General. Farouk, I warned you I was going to challenge you just a tiny bit. As you were describing the activities of your company, you said that you were quite well prepared and that you were quite a resilient organization. And I challenge you by saying there must have been something that worries you, something that keeps you up at night. So what is that one thing? And then also, if you don't mind, in the second part of the question, as you were doing your job quite effectively, in your description, tell us what kind of partnerships were you able to form to attain some of the forms of cooperation that the General was just talking about?
I think what keeps us up, honestly, is the direction we receive clearly, strictly from our leadership, that we have to be prepared all the time. We have to have the right infrastructure. We have to have the right connectivity. We have to have the right equipments. So there is a huge support. We progressed in the last 10 years, like we have routes from China to the Middle East, to the Mediterranean, to the Red Sea, as far as Europe. So we have gone really far. We have offices almost in most of the continents, actually in all the continents of the world. But we never stop. We are still pushing forward. I mean, the management of the company, our mother company, basically ADQ, is providing a huge support, a huge direction. The ecosystem by itself helps us a lot to grow within the country, the region, and the world with a clear vision that whatever happens, there will be no disruption, business-wise, and also the demands and the requirements of the country. Name it, pharmaceutical, food. We have food hubs. We created food hubs that works very well. We have created brilliant ideas, to be very honest. I mean, it's not too nice to compliment yourself, but we have created a lot of good hubs in KZAD that caters for the country and the region, you know, in order not to have any disruption whatsoever. So food, pharmaceutical, and all the types of supplies from aircraft spare parts. We have the AOG 24/7 system. We have from small ports to big ports to one of the state-of-the-art ports in the world, like Port Khalifa, with probably one of the most modern security, IT technology. I mean, we watch the vessel coming from far. We know what is inside the vessel, what is outside. We can monitor the operation of the vessel even all the way from the origin up to arrival. So preparation was really there, and the execution was there as well. We did not reach there. We are still pushed to do more and to perform better. And it's been always a big challenge every year to beat next year. So the growth that we have, sometimes we double the year, but still our management and the board are pushing for more and more and more.
Thank you for your candid perspective. Tim, just the past 24 hours, we've seen a number of really important conversations happening at the Munich Security Conference, and obviously international cooperation, U.S. leadership, and all those issues were raised. What do you think is the U.S. perspective when it comes to international cooperation on this very particular problem set, but also from a company perspective?
Yeah, Bilal, I think it's changing a lot, and it has been changing. I think we are perhaps in a unique moment in time. As you know, any time that I travel around the world and talk to key leaders, the conversation usually begins, quite frankly, with the U.S. FMS and export control process is broken. They'll say, look, that's how the conversation starts. So it's a great conversation usually, or have it from then out. You are increasingly hearing folks, even in the last couple of years, within the United States government saying the same thing. And now you had the defense secretary stand up, not at Munich, but there's a different set of things going on in Munich. But the Secretary of Defense stand up and say those words, the process is broken. So we have an administration coming in that wants to change things, has declared at a high level they want to change things, and we have a bureaucracy that is increasingly, I think, growing to conclude that they have to change things as well. And now what we need to do is bring them the specifics to do that. And what I mean by that is they are receptive to the concept that we need to build out the supply chain internationally. Now that could mean building parts in some cases with partnerships in this particular region and elsewhere in the world. It could mean co-production, right? And so there are so many things that we are building within the United States as fast as we can build them. My particular division built 30,000 end product articles for delivery, not assemblies, but missiles and sensors and those type of things last year. And that's a lot of things to build. We need to be able to build those in other places on Earth. I need additional supply chains. I need additional manufacturing sites. And I think we actually have a United States government that is increasingly receptive, if not embracing those concepts and asking us what can we do differently to make that a reality. And part of what's going to happen is a relaxation of some of the standards that I think it takes to actually qualify a second source. So to get a second source for anything, you have to be willing to invest, and there's certainly folks within the UAE in this region that want to invest. And then you need to be able to bring that product to bear fast enough to actually make a difference. It doesn't matter if it takes us 10 years to qualify a second source. That's too long. We have to turn that into months. That's how we have to measure that. That's going to mean partnering with the U.S. government, our partners, say here in region, and look for ways to shorten that process, to find ways to get product to the field faster. And so it all kind of works in tandem, but it works with a sense of urgency that's driven by, I think, everyone now across the planet realizing that if we don't do something different in supply chain, and if we don't do it collectively and collaboratively as international allies, we're not going to get to where we need to get to.
So Tim, just a point of clarification. In the United States, I know it's an interagency issue, obviously. Who takes the lead on this conversation? Is it Commerce or is it the Department of Defense?
You've just pointed out one of the problems of the acquisition process. There are multiple agencies involved, and it depends upon which stage of the process. The entry point is into the Department of Defense, but the State Department has things that they do. The Congress has things that they have to agree to. The military services have agreements, and they have approval boards and all that. So there's a lot of folks involved.
A lot of cooks in the kitchen. Okay. Yeah. Professor, responses, and then we're going to do one final round as far as lessons to learn.
I think one of the things I'm picking up from Tim here about, of course, there is interagency things, but there is also at the global level a breakdown in legal frameworks. I think simply going over to other countries and saying, okay, this is mine, this is, let's make Canada our 51st state and all that, it reflects a breakdown in global structures, and those legal frameworks are the ones that keep supply chains going. And if the legal frameworks break down, then the supply chains will break down, no matter what, whether we diversify our sources, whether we build extra inventory, we have different types of trucks in warehouses. Nothing of that matters when there is a breakdown in legal structures. Of course, legal structures have to be evaluated, but not having laws versus having too many laws. Of course, we have Modern Slavery Act and Anti-Bribery Act and anti-corruption laws, both in the US and in Europe. But taking all that away and saying, okay, now we work free, laissez-faire, as the French would put it, I think that's something we need to remind ourselves. What have we learned in the past 100 years about legality and legitimacy, and taking all that away for the sake of efficiency or security, I think is the wrong thing.
Okay. Lebanese people are always accused of being late, fashionably late. So I'm going to try to be punctual. We got 8 minutes, and I'd like to talk about lessons learned, so we'll do one final round, and then we'll wrap up. General?
Thank you, Bilal. Maybe it is the most important part of your questions, what we did, what we can do right after this, regarding all those the issues happened in the past. As we witnessed before recent disruptions, whether from pandemics or geopolitical conflicts or cyber attacks, have shown us that the resilience, adaptability, and the collaboration are of vital importance. As I mentioned before, a lesson we have learned is that we must diversify supply sources and chains. For instance, in March 2021, as you recall, the Ever Given, a massive container ship, ran aground in the Suez Canal in Red Sea, blocking one of the world's most critical shipping routes for 6 days. This caused a major disruption in global trade, as about 12% of the global trade passes through this canal, including oil, raw materials, and the manufactured goods. The ship's blockage of the canal is estimated to cause 10 to 15 billion in daily losses to world trade. Another crucial lesson is the value of strengthened intelligence sharing and early warning systems to detect and mitigate threats before they escalate. We have also learned that investing in domestic production and strategies, stockpiles, ensures that we can continue operations during a crisis. Collaboration, not only between private and the government institutions, but across among alliances and the partnerships, is also another crucial issue. Please remember, ladies and gentlemen, we will never, ever have a world with no disruptions. The road ahead is clear. Prepare, adapt, and collaborate to stay ahead of future disruptions for our safety and security. Thank you.
Pretty clear and straightforward. Thank you. Farouk.
I mean, for me, the most important thing here is, first of all, you can never stop. You can never stop improving. You can never stop working hard. You can never stop improving your capabilities in terms of technology. Technology is very, very important. And the final thing for me is also being a part of a good ecosystem, locally, regionally, and globally, that will help you to avoid any disruption whatsoever.
Tim, never stop.
Yeah, I think that the additional lesson we probably haven't talked about that I would say is a takeaway for us is in order to have adequate deterrence, it means that before conflict ever starts, which hopefully doesn't start, you've got to have enough capability that your adversary knows that you can survive the first few days, weeks, months, and that you can draw upon stocks fast enough to sustain and make it tough enough for them that they never want to start the conflict to begin with. That means we've got to rebuild our stockpiles, which means we've got to fortify our supply chains, and we've got to diversify our supply chains and make them global. We then have to continue that build in a sense that we have to maintain that infrastructure, because once you get into conflict, it takes you too long to build it up. You can't build buildings, build tooling, train workforces, and get them to delivering you product fast enough once conflict has begun. So your adversary needs to look across the border, whoever that adversary is, and see you with enough capability already in hand and the ability to deliver capability to rate at least as fast as you're going to expend it to keep them at bay. And that means we have to build out that supply chain collaboratively in alliances across the world and particularly in this region, and be prepared for the next conflict to keep it from happening.
Wish I had more time to ask you a question about deterrence, because I'm personally very interested in that, but that's another hour. Final word goes to you, Professor.
Yeah, so the lessons learned for 20 years, nothing I've learned today or in the past year is different from what I wrote about 20 years ago. So it means that we haven't really learned much over these past 20 years because we still have the same problems and we are talking as if the world is the same 20 years ago. More than that, we are forgetting the lessons we are learning. So it's the unlearning, just like the Foundation series on Apple TV, if you like that show. We are forgetting. We had a pandemic in 2004. I don't know if people even remember that, SARS one. And the lessons for that were used when we had the swine flu in 2008, 2009. I was actually embedded inside a pharmaceutical company and saw firsthand how that pandemic got controlled. That pandemic was supposed to wipe out the earth because it was the same as the Spanish flu, which killed millions of people. But it didn't, because we had lessons. Come COVID, all those things were completely thrown out. The reason COVID went on and on, unlike swine flu, was the pharmaceuticals were more interested in making money, the countries were more interested in hoarding vaccination, and we didn't think that the pandemic is actually a global problem and needs to be solved at the source. So we haven't learned, we are forgetting things about global cooperation that we had learned before. So it's worse than having lessons.
I really don't want to end on a pessimistic note, but I guess we'll leave it at that. Well, look at this. It's 10:09, so we're a little bit early. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our excellent panelists this morning. All right.
Thank you.
نشكر المتحدثين على هذه الجلسة القيمة. ندعو الآن الحضور الكريم إلى استراحة قصيرة لنستأنف من بعدها جلستنا الثانية في تمام الساعة 10:50.
We thank the speakers for this valuable session. We now invite our esteemed guests to a short break. We will resume the second session at 10:50 a.m.
check. Test 1, 2. Test 1, test, test. Test 1, 2, 2. Test 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Test. Test. Yeah, I can hear you. Test 1, 2. Test. Test 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah, what do you want to do?
Test. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to make your way into the auditorium as we are about to commence the session 2. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please make your way to the hall as we are about to commence session 2. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please come to the hall as we are about to commence our panel discussion, session 2. Can you please make your way to the hall as we are about to commence session 2. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please make your way to the hall and be seated as we are about to commence our session 2.
دكتور already we got it. بس خلاص انت.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please move forward? Come up front. There are a lot of empty chairs, so please come forward. Thank you.
ضيوفنا الكرام، جلستنا الثانية في مؤتمر الدفاع الدولي بعنوان المعلومات المضللة وعمليات التأثير، استخدام المعلومات كسلاح في النزاعات المعاصرة. ويلقي الكلمة الافتتاحية للجلسة سعادة الدكتور محمد حمد الكويتي، رئيس الأمن السبراني لحكومة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، فليتفضل سعادته مشكوراً.
Distinguished guests, our second session at the International Defense Conference is titled Disinformation and Influence Operations, the Weaponization of Information in Modern Conflicts. The keynote address for this session will be delivered by His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed bin Hamad Al-Kuwaiti, Head of the Cybersecurity at the UAE government. Please welcome His Excellency to the stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمحوا لي بتكلم بالإنجليزية لتغطية الحضور وللغة المؤتمر اليوم اللي فيها. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests. I'm really honored, first of all, to be here. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to the Ministry of Defense, who are actually really aiming towards scoring great competitiveness, scoring across many of the things as we move every year into the next greater year of such conferences, of such exhibitions. And I'm sure during this week, you will be bombarded with great information that deals not only with the misinformation and disinformation, the title of our topic, but a real valuable information that I'm sure you will be using it for your future to come in many of the aspects that we do. We understand that when we mention war or warfare, the first thing comes to mind is the usual sea, land, air, space, the battlefields that usually happens in that perspective. And I'm sure, again, during this week, you will see so many solutions that gives an advantage using any of those domains. However, as we live in an era that is filled with technology, as we move into this technological world, we start connecting so many things together. We start seeing and depending our life, as a matter of fact, on the data that we are all about. And this is where the new battlefield is, in that cyberspace. And this is where many of those virtual space allows us to really give us an advantage of those worlds. And as a matter of fact, as we've seen across so many years, that information warfare, or in general, hybrid warfare that takes information and data into a full consideration in that perspective. And this is where UAE is honored as well to be a part of setting so many competitiveness advantages in that perspective. UAE, with the vision of the leadership, have set so many goals to ensure the ethical use of so many of such information, as well as the accuracy of ensuring that definitely it is a strategies of war to use such information warfare. And definitely using that into a competitiveness type of advantage is always important to us. The leadership have set in UAE with so many, more than 150 competitiveness rankings, where the UAE is actually highly scoring as #1 in those aspects. And the first one of those rankings is the digital transformation. Our life is actually moved to be on that digital world. UAE is to be a smart nation. We're not talking here only cities, but also a nation. All of the sectors of that nation, be it transportation, be it aviation, be it education, be it any of the above, including the energy, the source of life that we all depends on. It all depends on technology. Internet of Things, cloud computing, quantum computing, or even technological AI aspects. We've seen it across so many of those domains. And that's what makes us connected. That's what makes us, as a matter of fact, really advantage and give us that advantage to score high in serving the people, serving the communities. However, with that agility of digital transformation, we see that there are so many threats. Yes, we are #1 in many of those aspects. However, the threats is always there. And that's why we need to build up resiliency. We need to ensure that readiness proactively, even before a threat happens. UAE, as a matter of fact, if you follow many of the news, you will see we have been targeted so many times, be it in the geopolitical aspects that we've seen lately in the conflict in the Middle East, or be it in any of the other stands that the UAE takes, as a matter of fact, on this. And that's what gives us, as a matter of fact, an advantage of those 3 categories of cyber threats. And those categories, including the cyber crimes, and I'm sure you've seen so many of those cyber crimes that is motivated by monetary or by fund type of aspects, and that includes fraud, scams, ransomwares, impersonations, hacking, so many of those attacks, or even cyber terrorism that, as a matter of fact, goes into the radicalization message of so many users and using and leveraging the social media to spread their word. Or even in the cyber warfare, where our critical infrastructure is really being targeted, like other wars and other global friendly nations as well. You will see so many of those infrastructures have been, as a matter of fact, targeted. So each one of those categories of threats are using misinformation and disinformation, are using the information warfare for their advantage in many of the aspects that they do. From that simple cybercrime that focuses on really stealing intellectual property or money, all the way to a cyber warfare that needs to take advantage of many of those aspects. And as a matter of fact, following the data, following the information, that gives you a great advantage of winning any war or winning any minds on that perspective. And that's what we've seen, and that's what we are, as a matter of fact, trying to build up that relationship. It is a weapon. It's used in so many aspects of cybersecurity, as a matter of fact. And if you go back to the basics of that cybersecurity, I'm sure you'd know that it consists of that confidentiality, integrity, or availability. When that information warfare comes and impacts the integrity of the data, this is where it is really inflicting so many damage in so many aspects in that perspective. So the differences between them, I'm sure you know, be it intentionally sending a wrong message or being wrongly using that, regardless of this, information warfare becoming really a weapon that starts from so many planning or framing all the way to actually taking an advantage and taking actions in that perspective. Those weaponized information and tactics and techniques or procedure that is used here and there with the AI, with the technologies that actually happening everywhere now, you will see so many tools happening across us. Not only the propagandas that we've seen using the social media, using the deep fake, for example, one case where I'm sure you've heard of that. As a matter of fact, so many cases here happened in UAE where we follow many of those deep fake usage, be it using any of the telecommunication type of conferencing tools where someone pretend to be the CEO or be someone who is not, and trying to transfer funds or really send many of those aspects. As well as in the elections, I'm sure you've seen so many messages that spread around by those candidates, which they'd never seen or even they never said in that perspective. We're living in a world where seeing is no longer believing because of that deep fake. And the more sophistication technology becomes, the harder that you can detect if this is real or fake. And this is, again, an advantage that is used in so many of those information warfare. So definitely the digital echo chamber that we are actually talking about will use many of these information warfare. In UAE, for example, we've seen so many attacks targeting our infrastructures. And one of those attacks is ransomware. As a matter of fact, last year alone, we had seen an increase of more than 32% of those attacks perpetrated against the infrastructures of UAE. Those targeted attacks have used many of that ChatGPT or any GPTs. As a matter of fact, Worm GPT, for example, or any of those viruses that is actually developed not only using that AI to social engineer and send the message, but also to really code and embed some of those programmable coding aspects, and actually used to find that 0 day in some of the infrastructures that we've seen. And all of this, as a matter of fact, is leveraging and using many of that social engineering, or if I may say, as well, information warfare and misinformation and disinformation in order to spread their word. Again, cybersecurity is an integral part of our national security. Cybersecurity, be it the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, is a very important impact that we need to take care of. Otherwise, there will be a huge damage. There will be a huge disruptions of the services we have, given the fact UAE is more than 99% of many of the services we are actually having are online. And this is where smart nations comes in picture. So there is as well the military implications of using information warfare. And I'm sure, given that domain that you all really embedded in, you will see the advantage of that information warfare. Be it building that trust, be it building that strategic advantage, or even really a tactical in some of the cases that is happening here and there. Nobody denies that the importance of that information warfare, taking many of those strategic aspects. But when it comes to that countering of many of those negative information warfare, this is where we need to build up our readiness. This is where we need not only partnership and working together as in these type of events, but also we need governance. We need policies, procedures, legislations, things that actually governs many of this information warfare aspects. And similarly, in the AI, when everybody speaks that it's the era of the machine taking over, we need to ensure those governings, those policies, be it under the martial laws or the international of armed conflict laws, or many of those laws are actually dictated and worked on those aspects to ensure, again, the humanity and the real civil liberties that we are actually really depending on in many of those aspects. So securing the truth to us is a very important aspect, and that's what we are actually all about. Definitely, it is used as a strategies of war. However, having those governings, having those abilities of securing that messages to us is as well a very important aspect. So what are our efforts on this? Definitely, this is one of those efforts, having everybody in such dialogue, working together in order to build up that governance or to build up those tactics or to find many of those public awareness, media regulations, or even partnership, public-private people partnership. And that's what we are actually really working on. Our national cybersecurity strategy focuses on 5 pillars. One of them is the governance. The second is the building of the capabilities. The third one is the innovation, as UAE is all well known about that innovation. The third pillar, or the fourth pillar, as a matter of fact, focuses on the protection and defending of many of those attacks. And the fifth one is the partnership. And this is where we need everybody's mind, aspirational and inspirational aspects to help us really work together in raising that awareness of cybersecurity and the readiness of this. Technology definitely is an integral part and augmented part to the humanity part. And this is where technology, be it, there are so many solutions that help us in this. All depends on AI or even many of those technological advantages and trends that's happening across us. Our message here is the cybersecurity awareness. We need to spread that DNA. We need to have it as a cyber pulse across so many things that we do in order not only to defend or counter many of those misinformation and disinformation that is negatively targeted against us, but also to use it in an ethical way, to leverage many of those technological aspects for us in that ethical way. I'm sure during this week, inshallah, you will see so many great advantages as well as technological aspects that will add values to you. And I'm sure the next panel, there will be a great information as well, really touching upon so many aspects of that misinformation and disinformation that will add value as well to you all. Again, I'm honored to be with you here. Thank you very much to the organizer. Thank you very much, Ministry of Defense, in really organizing that. And I hope this week will be greatly added to you all, inshallah, and to your knowledge base. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
نشكر سعادتكم على هذه الكلمة القيمة. وندعو الآن إلى المنصة السيد ماثيو كوكرون، الرئيس التنفيذي لمجلس تسويق الخدمات الدفاعية، لتقديم المتحدثين وإدارة الجلسة الثانية.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your enlightening speech. We now invite Matthew Cochrane, the Chief Executive Officer of the DSMC, to the stage to introduce the speakers and moderate the second session.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Please allow me to introduce our panel to the stage. His Excellency Mikhitar Hayrapetin, the Minister of High-Tech Industry, Republic of Armenia. Vice Admiral Kevin Donegan, former U.S. NAVCENT and Fifth Fleet Commander. Ayesha Mansour, WATSU Director, General, Pakistan Electronic Media Regulatory Authority, PIMRA. And Lisa Past, Cybersecurity and Strategic Communications Expert, former National Cybersecurity Estonia. Please join. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Again, my name is Matthew Cochrane, and I'm honored to welcome you to this panel today to IDEX IDC 2025. Thank you to the IDEX 2025 and IDC conference organizers, the UAE MOD Planning Committee, and the speakers and sponsors of this event gathered here today from around the world. As we talk about this panel topic, disinformation and influence operations, the weaponization of information in modern conflicts, we have to always remember that in an interconnected, hyper-connected world, information has become a powerful weapon capable of shaping perceptions, influencing behaviors, and even altering the course of a global event. As traditional warfare gives way to hybrid tactics, disinformation and influence operations have emerged as critical tools in the modern conflict arsenal. The panel will delve into the complex and evolving landscape of information warfare, exploring how state and non-state actors leverage misinformation, manipulation of narratives, and targeted messaging to achieve strategic objectives without firing a single shot. With that, that's all the speaking I'll be doing today. I'm going to leave it up to our distinguished panel. We're going to have a very brief opening statement about what you would like the audience to take away from your discussion today. Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Matthew. Honorable guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the organizers and Ministry of Defense of UAE for such an opportunity for us. Honestly, I would love to cover during our panel discussion mostly focused on how cutting-edge technologies are making faster all those processes within the combating disinformation, how the countries or organizations are trying to tackle all the challenges that the world and that all the countries are facing for now, and how new technologies and innovations and AI-generated audio, video contents are becoming more and bigger challenges and threats for all the humanity. So from my perspective, I would love to mostly focus on those topics. I guess it will be useful for the audience.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Admiral?
Well, thanks, Matthew, and thanks to the organizers. It's always great to be back in Abu Dhabi, and especially at this conference. I think we can all agree, especially with my background, I'll talk a little bit about the weaponization today, but I think we can all agree that disinformation and using information from warfare isn't new, right? That part isn't what's new. What is new today is the velocity and the scale and ability to shape perceptions that exists and the methods and tools to do that. In other words, the process isn't new so much as the ways we go about it now and the velocity that it can happen. And what's also interesting is it's not new. What is new is that it's not just nation states that can do this now. It's non-nation states. And we have a really good example of that in the region today. As a little bit of a case study in the Red Sea crisis, for example, the Houthis have waged an information campaign that's had tremendous global impact, and we can talk about what that is in terms of trade and such, but they've also had impact locally. So a non-nation state being able to have that capacity is also what's new. You mentioned without firing a shot. In the case of the Houthis, they fired some shots, but their disinformation campaign has really altered, with an altered narrative, has allowed them to achieve success. And they've changed the perception of what they've been doing. In other words, they've been able to amplify and make it seem like that they're doing a lot more than they really are. And the end results were that they've completely altered the global supply chain, what the previous panel was talking about. They changed the routing of the global supply chain, and they've impacted the cost of European and Asian trade. That's pretty incredible for a non-nation state in employing this kind of information warfare that we're talking about. So to finish up, my opening statement is that what's going to be important for this group to unpack is what are the lessons we learned from that, right? And how do we counter it? And because the real fact of the matter is this isn't going to go away. It's here to stay. So the last thing that I'll say is it's about a trusted information. That's really what we're talking about here, what information sources you can trust.
And we're going to get a chance to unpack that, as you said, as we get into the questions. Aisha, opening statement, please. Thank you, Admiral.
Thank you so much, Matthew, for the introduction. I am immensely honored to be here at this very prestigious platform to share my ideas, my expertise, and my experiences regarding my work as part of my organization. And as head of my provincial headquarters, I receive hundreds of complaints on a daily basis regarding spread of disinformation and deep fake videos especially. And that is a big challenge. Sometimes we do take suo motu action as well, and for that we do have a dedicated team of professionals. And again, I'm very happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to sharing some innovative ideas and out-of-the-box solutions.
Aisha, thank you very much. Lisa, please.
Thank you, and to echo what my colleagues on the panel have said already, it's a pleasure and honor, and we're incredibly grateful to be here. Let me take this back to sort of military strategy here, because what we're seeing in national security is the shift away from the military domain in terms of use of force or an armed attack, and instead a strategic use of non-military means, and what we call information operations, and I hasten to call it warfare because that has such a clear definition in international law, is a gray zone of activities that are below the threshold of war, but just sort of, quote Clausewitz, are an extension or continuation of politics by other means. So as the Honorable Dr. Al-Kuwaiti just pointed out on the stage probably about 7 minutes ago, the question is this integrated nature of the threat. We know that it isn't just about information warfare. It's a threat actor, be it an activist, a terrorist, or a nation state that's incredibly opportunistic in playing this gray zone to confuse and influence, evoking emotions, identities, affect, and extremism often in ways that communicators who have the weight of governance behind them cannot, in speculation, in rallying emotions that are not necessarily based in reality. And what that does is create this non-deterrable, I would say, wave of mutually assured doubt. Everyone in this audience knows how to play in the world of mutually assured destruction. But in this world of mutually assured doubt where you cannot fight the method, the increasingly connected nature of the world that is mirrored in the way people communicate is here to stay and only expanding. So suddenly military operations and national security are in this new environment of mutually assured doubt where a lot of the ways of acting are not natural or instinctive to our national security players. So that's really what I want to sort of frame the conversation with, is that you cannot fight the method, but you also cannot play as the other side is playing.
Lisa, it's a very interesting, we all know about mutually assured destruction, but mutually assured doubt, that's a brand new phrase that I think is going to enter our lexicon today. Your Excellency, and this is a question for the panel, but let me start in Armenia. What is your experience of what the tactics and techniques for both state and non-state actors use to spread disinformation to influence public opinion, and your view on that?
First of all, as my colleague already mentioned, disinformation is not something new that we are facing and suffering. But the scale of disinformation is quite horrifying. And it's not the issue for only my country. It's a global challenge that should kind of unite all of the countries, because if one country, one of the speakers was speaking about the importance of governing all the processes, procedures, legislations, and regulations. It's quite important, but if it's only on one country, it's never going to work, because we need to somehow consolidate ourselves, because for example, in my country, the Ministry of High-Tech Industry has already prepared a draft law on cybersecurity, which is a huge reform, which will be adopted, the law adopted, I hope, very soon, in 2-3 months. It's all about the capabilities, infrastructures. We are going to define critical infrastructure, and with the public-private formats to protect and keep the cyber security inside the Armenian, and not only for the public institutions, but also for private as well, joining our efforts with the private sector. Also, we already prepared the law on data protection. And also, right now, currently, we are working on the legislation that will criminalize the usage of deep fakes for the purposes of fraud, defamation, and disinformation. Of course, only legislations and regulations, as I already said, could somehow mitigate the scale of the usage of such content. So it's not enough. First of all, from the perspective of the government of Armenia, for us, it's very, there are some priorities that we are going to act. First of all, as I already mentioned, it's about cybersecurity measures. Also, media literacy is one of the priorities for the government, because the direct working and dialogue with our society is quite important. It's also about some programs within human capital development, because education is one of the core keys to somehow raise the awareness inside the society. Also regulation, as we already said. So it's a complex actions that government is trying to somehow bring up. But anyway, such platforms for us, for the government of Armenia, is quite important. This is why I'm quite thankful to the UAE colleagues, which is not only creating but also becoming a platform where we can have such discussions, such dialogues, to understand that we have no time. So it's time to get together and to talk about the solutions.
And it's interesting that you're really talking about these draft laws and these new regulations that have to come in to address the tactics and techniques, really. And so let me just move to Admiral. So Admiral, you talked a little bit about process and velocity. Can you talk about how process and velocity with these tactics and techniques changing, and then to Lisa's point about you can't fight the methods, can you talk a little bit about that and how that is forcing state actors to change their laws, in fact?
Yes, absolutely. Well, first, you know, as you were talking about it, you said, hey, what are the tactics and tools, and then how does that pair with velocity? In the case of the Red Sea crisis, they were using this disinformation to augment actions they were taking in the field, right? So, in other words, they were trying to fire shots. They did have drones. They did have missiles. But what they did cleverly was pair that with a narrative that suited their cause, that didn't necessarily have to be accurate or not. They also had the capability, because in 2014, they took over the television, they took over the print media, and they had that capability. But they also paired it with social media, and social media across multiple platforms, and they paired that with what is normal in an operation like a military operation. They had daily press briefings that were following the same message and themes, where a brigadier general would get up in uniform and talk about the actions that they took, which they didn't really take, And then they had the videos that, that showed things that were not really true. In other words, they showed things that did happen, real videos, but they weren't the things that they were talking about that had happened. They had happened in another place or at another time, and they were just using those videos to amplify. And the ability for them to do that in real time is this velocity that you're talking about that's happening. So in one case, they basically said they sunk the USS Eisenhower as it was leaving the Red Sea. And it was believable the way they put it out, despite the fact that, you know, that there was evidence that, of course, they didn't sink the USS Eisenhower, but it didn't matter because they had the pairing of all those things, the television, the print, the daily press briefings and video and even music videos to augment that.
Aisha, to you know, at this velocity, these new laws that are coming in, maybe you can help us understand, you know, what are the consequences of the disinformation campaigns on the stability of countries and the social cohesion of communities, in your experience?
Consequences of disinformation campaigns are huge, actually. If state and non-state actors start spreading disinformation campaigns during elections especially, then people lose hope and people start having mistrust in the entire electoral process, and eventually leading them to not accepting the democratically elected government. This is what just happened in 2024 Pakistan election, that there was a disinformation campaign initiated by a political party that the elections are going to be rigged, but that was all a fake propaganda. And even now Pakistan is facing bigger challenges. Pakistan has suffered a lot in war against terrorism, and there was a time when there was international media was propagating that maybe Taliban of Afghanistan have gained control over Islamabad and have gained control over KPK district of Pakistan. But that was also proved to be wrong. Our armed forces fought bravely against Taliban and pushed them back from where they came from. Even now, Pakistan is facing a threat of weaponized information. In our Balochistan district, where a small militant group, with the help of our enemies and with the funding and support of our enemies, through their social media platforms, they are spreading these lies and malicious propaganda that maybe Balochistan want freedom from Pakistan, which is just to destabilize and sabotage the progress and the growth that Balochistan is going to see through the CPEC corridor. This is an entire conspiracy. And if you see in health sector, when COVID-19 came, in Pakistan, because of the literacy rate, people living in rural areas, they were hesitant to get themselves vaccinated because there were so many fake news regarding the origin and the vaccination of that disease. And if you see the global perspective, what happened in Myanmar to Rohingya Muslims in 2017, there are so many examples actually, that a Facebook post which was full of racism and hate that appeared against the Muslims of Myanmar, that these people are just criminals and kill them. And due to Facebook's algorithms, it spread like viral. And people attacked Myanmar Muslims brutally, and they were attacked, their houses were burnt. And the same thing happened in India in 2022. Actually, India has so many examples that many times violence was initiated through social media, fake posts. And last year, what happened in London, everybody see that there were chaos and there were protests everywhere going on just because of the fake message that was circulated with WhatsApp. Even now, in our country, our enemies are spreading fake propaganda internationally through their followers sitting everywhere in the world, that maybe Pakistan's economy is crashed, which is a complete fake propaganda that they are doing just to destabilize and just to malign our institution and our army and our government. On the contrary, Pakistan is growing and prospering. And so, you know, these are the consequences and dangers which are grave, and they need to be addressed.
Aisha, I think the consequences that you've outlined, I think these are important, and each one, and you know, to build on the velocity that they're happening. It's not just one crisis, it's multiple crises happening at the same time. Lisa, I'm going to turn to you to, going to tackle that same question about the cohesion of communities, particularly during elections and public health crises and geopolitical tensions. But Lisa, can you also talk about how the advancements in AI have amplified that scale and sophistication? You mentioned earlier about the mutually assured doubt and you can't fight the method, but including this use of deep fakes, AI-generated content. I know that during our pre-interview, Lisa, you had mentioned what's happening in Estonia, but what's happening all over the world. What is your perspective on that?
And the tools, tactics, and processes or procedures question is a tricky one here because it's all and any. The opportunistic, hugely reactive threat actor in not just and misinformation, information operations, but in the hybrid space is very shape-shifty. They're moving, almost seeing what works and moving on. They're almost like an American parent teaching their children how to cook spaghetti, which is, spaghetti is cooked when you take it out of the pot, you throw it at the wall and it sticks. And that is exactly what the information operations threat actor is doing. Whether it's emotions, whether it's something that's anger-raising, whether it's playing and potentially threatening very cores of people's identities, it's anchored in something that's either real or at least credible, a fact that exists, a thing that's happened, a feeling that people feel as real in their lives. But then it looks to sort of move and shift in its direction. So, and what it does in that is that once you increase resilience in something, let's say you increase resilience in cyberspace, which we see probably in terms of regulation and norms best in Europe, with the Network and Information Security Directive now going into its second iteration. Armenia is very lucky to be implementing the second iteration right away. I'll happily trade war stories later. With the Digital Services Act, with the AI Act, is that you see that once you figure out one area, whether it's figuring out media regulation, the picture then shifts to social media. Or once you figure out cybersecurity, as most nation states did between circa 2008-2018, in terms of attacks on critical infrastructure, defending critical infrastructure that all societies rely on, it then moves to this grayer area of information operations again. And AI is a force multiplier, but it's a force multiplier on all sides. It's a force multiplier for the attacker because it allows you to create content that talks and feels native. The large language models, the LLMs, which is most of the AI that we currently use, are good at being trained to sound like a 13-year-old boy or like a village elder from the mountains or anything in between. And it's very trainable to sound like political leaders because the training material is out there. There's a huge amount of text of political leaders, and that training data is easy to use. However, it's not all doom and gloom, because we also see that in this space, the attacker or the threat actor is showing some sort of self-control. In the 2024 US elections, for example, there was an incredible expectation for AI and deepfakes to be used. And really, there only were a few large-scale robocall campaigns that really did have an effect locally or regionally. And also the hope here is that machine learning or artificial intelligence is very good at triaging and sorting through large data sets, which means that it helps us also to detect what's going on in this information warfare space. And why that's essential is that historically, nation states have been terrible, and I'm being kind, to meeting the information threat at threat speed. By the time it's been detected and by the time there's some sort of a tactical, let alone strategic response, the information space has moved on many times over. So with the use of large data sets and machine learning and AI, not only can we detect things better and respond, that allows you to meet threat at threat speed, which is so essential. But also we know so much more about the audiences, which allows you to target and frame messages in more appropriate ways.
Lisa, I think it's interesting because now we've outlined the state, non-state actors. We've talked about the consequences. We've talked about how governments are coming together to also pass laws. One of the things we definitely need to talk about, and this is going to be our last question before we do closing statements, is what are the roles that internet and social media companies have to play, that the industry players on this spread of disinformation? Because really, when you look at it, you have to include the industry along with the government, along with academia to tackle some of these challenges. What are your thoughts about that? And Your Excellency, there are huge companies coming to Armenia to do R&D. We see NVIDIA, we see Google, we see under your high-tech ministry, you cover space and cybersecurity. You see this every day where you're having to deal with industry, but also having to come up with solutions. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, I totally agree. We have plenty of multinational companies with their R&D stuff, and speaking about the technologies, right now in Armenia, many companies, many startups are very much focused on AI solutions. As one of the colleagues talked about the machine learning technologies, if I'm not wrong, starting even from 2005, 2006, this fears among the societies, among the governments was always there, because this paradox of AI-generated content and all the tools and technologies, the paradox is, from one hand, it's all about the advancements, it's all about the new opportunities for the development, but from the second hand, it's about the risks and new challenges that it is bringing. So this is why I was emphasizing the importance of public-private partnerships. The government should work with civil societies, because we spoke about media literacy, but also one of other important tools could be fact-checking, which in Armenia right now is quite a popular tool among the society, because there are many journalists who are doing prosecution stuff and trying to identify, to detect all the fake news that sometimes also comes from the public figures, as not only in Armenia. And media literacy, as already mentioned, but from the second hand, capabilities and infrastructures initiated and created both from the government and public sector. This is why we are actively in dialogue with also multinational companies that are quite focused on R&D to create new knowledge, to create new technologies and innovations, also trying to understand how we could also bring our efforts on the regulation part, because it's very important right now to understand that sometimes it could be, for example, deepfake. It could be seem to be fun from the first look. But when you go deeper into the context and the usage of it, and you never know who is going and for what reason is going to use the deepfake, it's all about the new challenges that we have to realize and we have to face with this. So this is why the leadership of the countries, of the governments, and also private sector is quite important to tackle and to overcome this risk and challenges.
Thank you very much. And as much as I would love to go into each of these topics for an hour each, but we do have to move to closing statements. Lisa, you have 1 minute. What do you hope that the audience takes away from your participation today? And excuse me, and that they follow up with you. And then 1 minute for everyone, and we'll come back this direction.
My main hope is that we're hopeful, because there is so much. There's so much that where we don't have to follow the threat actor in falling into this throwing of divisive messages. Instead, there's concrete steps. The Digital Services Act, the European legislation, puts very clear requirements to risk manage, not to ensure binary sort of truthfulness, but to risk manage if you're a very important platform in our digital societies, be it social media, be it otherwise. So it's our Amazons, Facebooks, and everything in between. And to risk manage so that they catch on to this manipulation. But there's also other things. There's, I think, a huge potential that's not been harnessed in legal education. The case in Romanian elections showed that even if there's systemic, large-scale information manipulation that changes the election results, if your constitutional court is trained and equipped to catch it, you can have a do-over. And that matters in building resilience. So there's these little pockets of action that can be taken and that actually build resilience. It's a step-by-step game.
Thank you, Lisa. Aisha?
Yes, my message would be that instead of, besides these newly emerging technologies that we are talking about, whether they are digital watermark technology or the blockchain technology, or there are other many software and web programs through which we can detect fake news or the deep fake videos, we should create awareness as well among masses. Like PEMRA, in collaboration with UNDP, has recently organized these training sessions and these workshops for our stakeholders and for our employees even, to train them regarding these technologies that are coming. Because in people like Pakistan, where 70% of the population lives in rural areas, they do not have the idea what these technologies are and how to differentiate between a fake news or a disinformation campaign. They are sitting, and when they see a social media post, and if that aligns with their interest and with their ideology, they will not hesitate for even a minute before forwarding it to WhatsApp groups. So in my professional capacity as well, I have personally gone to district level press clubs, and I have gathered journalists and all our stakeholders and other general public as well, and I tried to create awareness among them that if you receive a news, just wait for at least 2-3 minutes before forwarding it or before believing it. Just see that where has it come from, and just try to verify it. So I try to train them morally and ethically. This is very important. And also PEMRA and my government, Pakistan government, is also trying to collaborate with other media regulatory authorities of the world. Especially we have recently collaborated with Ofcom of the UK government media regulatory authority, and we are hopeful that in future we will also collaborate with different governments and the other media regulatory. So basically to creating awareness, and media literacy is also very important, and creating awareness among masses is the most important thing.
Awareness. Thank you, Aisha. Admiral?
Hey, Matthew, I think the takeaway I want people to understand is what I said when I started, that the weaponization of information and disinformation isn't new, but the velocity and ability to change perception is absolutely happening every single day, and perception is reality. In other words, because they can, when they make these changes and they have this information, that becomes real. So if you're in the military, then the things you have to understand is you've got to plan for this, right? In other words, it's not something you can have to react to. You have to understand this going in. And we have to be swifter with the truth. Everyone who wants the truth to be the most important thing has to be swifter with it. And that's difficult because we like to validate before we talk about it. And I also want to talk about a little bit about what came from the far end here, and that's that people, what studies have shown, and the Sanaa Center did a study on the people of Yemen, is people understand when they're getting lied to. They understand when their sources are not trustworthy because they compare what's happening to them locally at a higher level than what they hear, if that makes any sense. In other words, they inherently know, so they're looking for trusted platforms. So if you're first with the truth and you can gain trust, then you don't want to lose that trust. And it's easy to lose the trust,
So
right?
really about securing that truth that
It's
we heard
about securing the truth. Then I'll close with this, it's not going away, right? We just have to continue to understand that this is going to be here and we're going to have to work with it.
Thank you, Admiral. The last word is yours, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Matthew. A few days ago, Armenia joined agreement, signed in announcement in Paris, where the main philosophy was about how to make the usage of AI safer for the entire world. We were quite honest joining the announcement because honesty is very important here, because joining such or being one part of the big family which is going to overcome and tackle and combat all the global challenges, you really need to be involved, fully involved in this, because with one hand you will never be able to applaud. So this is how I see the solution, because disinformation, misinformation, media manipulation, user data usage for individual manipulation in the internet, as you asked, this all can't be just one problem of one country. It's a global issue. It's a global challenge, and the only way I see that one day we will be competitive with the technologies that we have owned by our own created, it's to be united and to be involved more and actively in such platforms and gather solutions all together.
I think that spirit of
نشكر المشاركين على هذه الجلسة المثرية.
We thank all the participants for this insightful session.
ننتقل الآن إلى جلستنا الحوارية الثالثة والأخيرة تحت عنوان آفاق لا تحدها سماء، التهديدات والفرص الناشئة في عالم الفضاء. وبهذه المناسبة يشرفنا أن نرحب بمعالي الدكتور سلطان بن سيف النيادي، وزير دولة لشؤون الشباب، لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل معاليه مشكوراً.
We now move to our third and final panel discussion, titled "The Sky is No Longer the Limit: Emerging Threats and Opportunities in Space." On this occasion, we are honored to welcome His Excellency, Dr. Sultan bin Saif al-Niyadi, Minister of State for Youth Affairs, to deliver the keynote address. Please join us in welcoming His Excellency to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. I have to admit I'm intrigued now talking about information security and disinformation, something I did for more than 20 years in my previous life. But today we'll talk about something else. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and the visionaries of tomorrow, it is a distinct honor to stand before you today as we explore one of the most transformative frontiers of our time, space. What was once considered the exclusive realm of just few countries, it is now emerging as a vital pillar of global solutions, a dynamic engine for economic growth, and a boundless platform for international cooperation. The journey that began with dreams of exploration has evolved into a multifaceted endeavor that is reshaping our world in profound ways. In our increasingly interconnected world, space technology has become an essential part of modern society, and the satellite and space-based systems serve as invaluable tools that benefit humanity in countless ways. They help us understand weather patterns, enable global communications, and support humanitarian efforts in making our world more connected and prepared for various challenges. Through space technology, we can better monitor climate change, support disaster relief operations, and protect our environment. This isn't just about exploring the cosmos. It's about using space capabilities to improve life on Earth. By advancing space technology, we enhance our ability to address global challenges and create a safer, more sustainable future for all communities. But space is also rapidly emerging as a significant economic frontier. Projections suggest that the global space economy could exceed $1 trillion in the coming decades, unlocking opportunities in satellite technology, space tourism, asteroid mining, and even off-planet manufacturing. Every investment made today in space innovation paves the way for the industries and jobs of tomorrow. Countries that commit to space exploration are not only charting new scientific territory, but are also seeding economic diversification and technological breakthroughs that ripple across all sectors, from healthcare, agriculture, renewable energy, and digital connectivity. This ride made by nations like the United Arab Emirates, with the groundbreaking missions such as the Emirates Mars mission and ambitious lunar exploration such as the Emirates Lunar Mission, and the development of the Emirates Airlock for Gateway Lunar Space Station demonstrate that visionary investment in space are synonymous with progress and prosperity. Despite our remarkable achievements, space remains an expansive and largely uncharted frontier. Its challenges, technological, financial, and ethical, transcends national boundaries, reminding us that no single nation or institution can harness its full potential alone. This is a call for robust global collaboration to develop shared government frameworks, to commit to sustainable exploration practices, and to ensure that space remains a resource that benefits all humanity rather than a domain of competition. The UAE's leadership in forging international partnerships exemplifies how even smaller nations can become pivotal players on the global stage. As we continue to explore, it's essential that we prioritize collaboration, that it is important to prioritize collaboration over competition, united as one nation, and to have a common progress goal over isolated achievements. And this is a call to the youth, to the emerging leaders and innovators gathering here today. The future of space is in our hands. The next era of exploration will be led not only by astronauts, but by scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs, and policymakers who dare to imagine beyond the conventional limits of possibility. Your passion, creativity, and determination are the catalysts that will propel us into a future where space is not merely a destination, but a shared journey of discovery and advancement. The path forward is clear. By working together in space exploration, we can unlock its vast potential to benefit humanity. Through collaboration and shared vision, we can ensure that space remains a realm of scientific discovery, technological advancement, and progress for all. Let us come together in the spirit of exploration and discovery. Let us look at the stars not as distant points of light, but a beacon of hope, innovation, and opportunity. A new beginning that promises a brighter, more prosperous, and more united world. Thank you so much.
شكرا معاليكم على كلمتكم وأفكاركم البناءة. وندعو الآن إلى المنصة ناتاشا أحمد، مستشار أول في مكتب مركز ترندز للبحوث والاستشارات في واشنطن دي سي، لتقديم المتحدثين وإدارة الجلسة.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your inspiring words and insights. We now invite Natasha Ahmed, Senior Advisor at Trends Research and Advisory, Washington Office, to the stage to introduce the speakers and moderate the final session.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, and welcome to the panel where we bring space down to earth. My name is Natasha Ahmed, and I'm honored to be your moderator for today. As mentioned earlier by His Excellency, we are living in an era where space is no longer a distant frontier. It is an active domain for national security, global commerce, and technological advancement. Today, we have an exceptional panel of distinguished experts to help us make space meaningful to you all. First, I'd like to welcome His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Al-Ahbabi, to the stage, Senior Advisor of Space and Cyber Technologies at EDGE. Next, I'd like to welcome Hassan Ahmed Al-Husseini, CEO of Space 42, to the stage. Now, I'd like to welcome Frank Bacchus, Chief Executive Officer of Capella Space, and my dear friend, to the stage. Lastly, and definitely not least, because we all need propulsion to get to space, I'd like to welcome Dr. Elias Sousanis, Chief Researcher, Propulsion and Space Research Center at the Technology Innovation Institute, to the stage. So in order to kind of break this down for the audience, today we are going to talk about space in three parts. First, we're going to set the stage. What's the current status? What are the emerging threats? Next, we are going to focus on collaboration as the theme of this conference. And lastly, we're going to travel to the future, 10 years from now. So put your helmets on and let's get ready. Let's begin with emerging threats. Your Excellency, I'll start with you. Given the increased geopolitical tensions and growing number of actors in space, what do you see as the most current and emerging significant threats in this environment?
Thanks, Natasha, for having me in this panel, and thank to the organizing committee. I think it's a fact that space has become a domain for war fighting, and of course, space provides great advantages during conflicts and during tension. I think it's obvious that it's subject to threats. I think the most important threats for space, especially if we think as a military capability, is the anti-satellite weapons. It's a missile that can be launched from Earth to space to destroy satellites. Unfortunately, it has been demonstrated, so we know it's there. Second, I think cybersecurity is also a critical, and I think the most important that you don't leave signature in cybersecurity, so it's hard to track who's doing this type of threats or harm to space assets. Again, jamming, it's very obvious, very cheap to do, RF jamming or even laser jamming. I think also natural threats, including space debris. It's growing, unfortunately, especially with the number of satellites being launched to space. Apart from this, there's some threats like space wind, or other, but the most important, I think, it's human-made threats that looming in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I think solar flares are a threat, but humans are even a greater threat. Dr. Sousanis, I'll give you a chance to chime in from your vantage point. What do you see as emerging threats?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Natasha. A pleasure to be here in this esteemed panel. I will echo, Dr. Mohammed Al-Ahbabi's words, and I will extend them a little bit further. The first thing that comes to mind is the assets that are in space and how critical they are for our safe communication. So ensuring that we have, let's say, resilience and managing these assets is very important. It also gives us an opportunity to invest in innovation, especially when it comes, let's say, to the space situational awareness. UAE has taken some proactive steps and has agreed with the UAS Strategic Command on the space situational awareness, which is a very good initiative. Space debris is an issue. We're going to see space becoming much more congested, and that is going to narrow significantly the launching windows in the future. We see an exponential growth of the objects that are occupying the space. So technologies like UAE space, technologies like space situational awareness is very important. Recently, UAE launched MBZ-SAT, which is the most advanced satellite of the region. So this is a testament of the commitment of the UAE of advanced monitoring of space and sustainable growth in that regard. Lastly, but not least, I think this is one of the most important aspects, policies and regulations. There is a lack of policies and regulations, and that demands countries and nations to have an open and honest dialogue about how to work together, how to exchange information, how to transfer information that is critical for the sustainability of the planet.
Thank you so much. I actually see an opportunity where we're already working together that is space domain awareness. We're lucky to have two commercial innovators here, Hassan and Frank, and I'll start with you, Hassan. Many commercial satellites are dual use. They serve critical intelligence functions, and this is raising a new challenge in civilian and military assets. especially in hybrid warfare, as mentioned by a lot of the speeches earlier. How do we navigate this growing blur between commercial and defense capabilities while also maintaining global security, especially when, as a commercial asset, you're now a target?
Yeah, definitely. Of course, I concur with what Dr. Mohammed and the panelists are mentioning about the growth, the exponential growth in space right now. And if we talk about just the launching principle, in 1980s to launch, it used to cost around $85,000 per kilogram. Today, it's below $2,500 per kilogram, which means the capability to launch, the capability to have more orbiting satellites is much easier, and we can just assume that it's going to get even easier in the future. So more assets in the sky, more capabilities, and of course the payloads also are evolving as we speak. The resolutions that we get, as an example from Earth observation on optical images, is nearly reaching the level of aerial surveying right now. It's not that much of a variance between 30 centimeter or 5 centimeter resolution. So with that comes the challenge of the military use versus the commercial use on one hand, and then of course also how to handle such high resolution data and ensuring that this data is not falling under the wrong hands or to be used for the wrong purposes. He mentioned, of course, the right policies and regulation, and I think this is now an open area. We have not regulated that process well. The demand of using such information and images and data from the space is becoming more and more higher on demand from the commercial sector, be it for the environment, be it for the agri-tech, be it for the transportation, and many other use cases that these technologies could be used for. So how can we actually balance between providing the best resolution to support, for example, a fire disaster in one location at the maximum level, supporting the first responders with the maximum accurate data possible, but also protecting that high resolution data and high precision positioning data and everything from falling into the wrong hands. This is the mechanism that needs to be addressed on the time being. And of course, now with the AI being, of course, we always talk about, AI being the final invention, and this is the final frontier. So utilizing AI to be able to monitor and control such data in a better way is quite important as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when His Excellency mentioned make space tangible for here on Earth, Earth observation is the early mover in that market. And I'm seeing that demand as an investor. So I'll go to you, Frank, because you and I have talked many times about being a target as a commercial asset, but also how this space has rapidly developed, right? So would love your take on this.
Absolutely. And first I want to thank IDC for the opportunity to come back to the UAE for the third time in the last just couple of months. It's an incredibly vibrant environment to visit in the world, and I've loved my time here. So I wanted to thank the IDC for this opportunity to be out here. There is no question that the threats that we've talked about already here on the panel are not theoretical threats. These are threats that we are seeing on a continuous basis. We're seeing threats against our satellites in the terrestrial domain, in our ground infrastructure, coming through traditional cybersecurity threats. But we're also seeing threats in the RF domain, both against our command and control of our satellites, but also in the payload, and direct intentional electronic warfare threats against our systems. These are common threats that we see on a regular basis now, so they continue to expand. But one of the things to keep in mind is to understand that the separation of our systems between commercial, civil, and military and intelligence, I don't think at this point is something that we need to be looking at any longer. Our operations, our systems are used in all of those domains. And so we need to look at really how do we mitigate against those threats? How do we create our infrastructure just like we have in the terrestrial networking world In using the internet every day, we all operate in a high threat environment on a continuous basis. Whether it's on our phones, our corporate networks, in our homes, we have to operate through this environment. And our space systems need to be architected and set up to operate in the same way. So we're working very closely in public-private partnerships to work across the community such that we can address these threats, mitigate the threats, and operate through that threat environment with our space systems. And the only way that we're going to be able to do that effectively is through a collaborative model. And what I like to see and what I've really enjoyed in the space community is the willingness to collaborate and share mitigations that might be impacting all of us in our systems on orbit, in the signal layer, and in the terrestrial environment.
Yeah, and I think this is actually one of the benefits of being on the commercial side. You can move fast and break things,
Yes.
and people are incentivized to come along with you, right? You guys are, in a lot of ways, the crown jewels of the emerging nations, right? Let's talk about collaboration. This is obviously very important. A lot of our panelists actually knew each other prior to this event, which tells me that this is organically happening in space. Your Excellency, I'd like to start with you. As this technology rapidly evolves, and I'm talking fundamentally AI, quantum computing, advanced sensing, it's transforming space operations and driving up the global demand for compute on orbit. How do these technologies shape space defense capabilities, and what should nations be investing in? That's a big theme here as well, right? How should we invest today, and how do we do it together?
Well, I think for satellite, satellite reality, it's a robot. So I think the space application will benefit from AI in general, and also from the big data. Satellites produce large data, so I think the training, the models will be much easier. I think the future will be probably you will see on-board processing. For example, satellite will become smarter and also powerful, autonomous. Probably will manage itself for a long time. I think creating the data again is a huge, benefits, especially in data analytics. Quantum computing is a great, I think, application in space, especially to secure information with the quantum encryption, but also with the laser communication. Dumping data from satellite to Earth will be faster. I think we will see significant improvement in performance in space due to AI, big data, and quantum computing.
It's actually amazing that Edge got the trademark, right? Because we're talking about processing at the edge. So you have the edge. I'd like to go to Frank and Hassan for this question. We'll start with you, Frank. Space resilience cannot be built in isolation. We know alliances are critical. How can we collaborate internationally? And I know you've done this work a little bit with Space ISAC, so great opportunity to talk about that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's for the last 6 years, I've been working to create, stand up, and found an organization specifically focused on the protection of our space-critical infrastructure. And that organization is called the Space ISAC. And it is an international organization designed specifically for cooperation. Cooperation between the commercial companies, between the governments, and between the civil agencies, so that we can use our satellites, our ground networks, our infrastructure as sensors to recognize threats. But also, once we have recognized threats in our environments, the ability to share that information with each other openly, unclassified, which has been a big problem in the space community. Threats against national technical means systems have always been classified information. And what we've opened up over the last few years at the Space ISAC is the ability to share that information openly across many countries. And so we've been able to expand that to international companies and create information sharing agreements between countries. What has happened just naturally by doing that, and now we have over 120 space companies as members of the Space ISAC, is that we are now sharing mitigation techniques against those threats. So as an example, Capella is a synthetic aperture radar company, and electronic warfare systems in X-band can use RF to attempt to block our ability to do our mission. But we've been able to, through the community, come up with mitigation techniques to filter out that kind of threat and still operate and do our mission even though those threats exist. Another layer of that threat is when you are in certain areas from a LEO owner-operator perspective, when you're flying your satellite and you're using GPS as a mechanism to determine the position of your satellite, and you're flying over an area of the world where there's a lot of GPS interference, knowing that it's there, expecting that, and understanding how to mitigate against GPS interference on orbit as a low Earth orbiting satellite is a critical technology that we could all be sharing. And in the Space ISAC, we are sharing that kind of information. So just like understanding space weather, which is not intentional, it's not adversarial, but we also need to understand GPS threats, RF threats, and cybersecurity threats to our systems. And when you come together, in the case of the ISAC with over 120 space companies and many countries as members of that organization, all of a sudden the amount of information you have to feed into artificial intelligence and analysis of what's going on and then coming up with mitigation, all of a sudden the power of that community is unbelievable. So it's been amazing to watch it grow over the last 6 years and see where it is today.
Yeah, knowledge is power, right?
Yes.
Hassan, I'll give you an opportunity.
I think it's very interesting what he mentioned, and I think I will emphasize on a specific word that he said, declassifying the information, right? Yes. If we are able to build up the right regulation to declassify the information in a way that I can utilize the data for the multi-purposes, whether it's for defense or other domains, in a very seamless manner, is a very important point that we want to reach. Aside from that as well, and all the threats that he mentioned already when it comes to jamming and all of that, debris, as we said earlier, right now, as more assets are actually being introduced into the LEO or the low orbit, the more chances of having, or the more the debris challenge would become more effective against those assets. So that collaboration could be very important. On a local scale, within the UAE, we have developed a PPP program for when we talk about the first point, right, the declassification of information. So we've created the PPP program with the UAE Space Agency. We called it, where we created a platform of platforms. We call it the GIQ, and it's a platform where small businesses, small and medium businesses and individuals can come and apply, utilize the data and utilize this platform to create their own models and their own capabilities. Such programs actually encourage on a global scale the different companies and the different capabilities to come together and to collaborate the right way, being able to actually utilize this data in the right way and create momentum in many aspects. And we have seen a lot of results in this PPP program. Certain items have evolved from that PPP program, and we have created a platform called AID, or Artificial Intelligence for Disasters. We were able to actually do a lot of analysis on the earthquake disasters that happened last year in Turkey and Syria, the flood in Libya, also the amount of rain we received earlier last year in the UAE, which is an anomaly. To be able to utilize these, collaborative approach from the different vendors and individuals and all of these capabilities, when it comes together, it becomes very fruitful. And people always talk about AI, but AI without the right data stream, it doesn't mean anything. It's not going to be applicable. So another form of collaboration or global collaboration is sharing the capacity. Now, I have a specific area of interest. I can work with a different area of interest and say, look, we can deploy a joint constellation And I'll focus on my area of interest, and you can focus on yours. And so that gives us consistency. It gives us more ability to utilize the data the right way as well. Sorry, I'm prolonging my answer as well.
And Natasha, I want to just to jump in real quick.
Absolutely.
I've got to recognize the seed of innovation that the Space ISAC came from in this information and sharing and collaboration actually came from the first Mars mission here in the UAE. I was here in 2015 at the announcement when that program was first made public. And one of the primary factors of that program was to make all of the data of that mission generally available on a global scale. And so when I was asked to stand up the Space ISAC, I thought, now that's the model that you want to build the system under, is where you don't build a system for just one organization or one country, right? When we're talking about space, we're talking about a global environment. We're talking about an environment that can benefit from that collaboration and sharing. So that seed, that thought, started here in the UAE, and it certainly did for me when I was here. So it affected me then, and it continues to drive me now.
Yeah, I think from the speeches earlier and the themes presented, I can see that there is a desire to be transparent, collaborate, and really share this platform approach. So allowing companies to build on this trusted data that you're mentioning, Hassan, and Frank, sharing that data. I haven't forgotten about you, Dr. Susanis. We can't talk about global collaboration without talking about propulsion, particularly the demand for propulsion. Propulsion underpins space power, and there are supply chain issues as well with propulsion. So how should nations integrate private space companies into their defense architecture? And what does it take to build a global, resilient supply chain for propulsion?
Thank you, Natasha. So there are a few, let's say, things that we can, let's say, address as key highlights of propulsion technology. First of all, it's a controlled item, meaning that propulsion can be for dual use. So that really encourages collaboration between public and private entities. Normally, private entities, they tend to be sometimes more agile in startups. This is something that the public sector can gain some advantage. There are some examples in the country that I would like to mention. So, for example, there is an initiative led by the UAE Space Agency where it is establishing space economic zones. Essentially, it's establishing a cluster of space-related companies that can work together and integrate commercial and defense needs. On the other hand, it's very important to, let's say, balance between domestic manufacturing capabilities and partnerships. Collaborations are very important. So, for example, the Emirates mission to the asteroid belt, this is a very ambitious mission. And one of the partners of this mission is Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. And it's going to be the third mission that utilizes their MHI-3 vehicle. So that gives you a flavor of the collaborative spirit that needs to be very well established for, ambitious missions. On the other hand, strategic investments are very important. So the UAE has invested almost $11 billion in the space sector, out of which 45% of that is through the involvement of private sector. Recently, in November 2024, Mubadala agreed with Safran for doing partnership and advancing some manufacturing capabilities for propulsion and materials. This is another example of how UAE can work together with other entities and strategic partners. Technologies are always, what really pushes us and allow us to go faster. So investing in advanced manufacturing, AI, 3D printing, AI-driven designs, so we can essentially take designs of rockets and other, let's say, propulsion equipment faster. that really is going to help us a lot. So AI is going to play a significant role. But from a nation's perspective as well, it's also important to balance between, let's say, local investment and partnerships. So UAE is prioritizing investing in local ecosystem and innovation, as reflected by the Propulsion and Space Research Center under the TII umbrella, which has a long-term mission of advancing novel and next-generation propulsion technologies. And we have also a civic duty to instill the drive and determination of being involved in the space ecosystem to the younger generations and allow specific, let's say, skills to be developed through a very long journey. So let's say in a nutshell, public-private partnerships, collaborations, local capabilities, and talent. I think these are, some ingredients that can enable propulsion technologies, and not only to go, in space and beyond our current missions.
Yeah, I think we're seeing nations ramp up their investment in space, which is having a lot of downstream effects, which is amazing for the environment. Now that we have talked about what innovation can unlock if we work together, let's talk about the future 10 years from now. We'll start with you, Your Excellency. I'd love to hear about how we think about space diplomacy. How can we deploy and, responsibly deploy these counter space technologies, which sounds contradictory, to avoid escalating conflicts?
Well, you just mentioned that, how the space will look like in 10 years. I think today we have, believe it or not, there's 10,000 active satellites in orbit. And it's expecting that by 2030, there will be around 60,000 satellites in orbit. As I mentioned, space has become a domain, a significant, critical domain for warfighting. There is a race to space. 70 countries today, they have space activities, space programs, and that's driven by the national interest and also by strategic objectives, which basically, eventually, is the military interest. So I think there will be more investment in terms of space, building sovereign space capabilities. I think it's important. And also, within the organization of a military, we see a number of militaries, they are forming like Space Force, Space Command, Space Departments. So a military becomes, interested in space more and more. I think this is another significant that we will see more in the future of militarization in space, weapons in space. It's possible. I think when it comes to how to mitigate the risk of this space, I think putting, the right norm, cooperation locally, regionally, internationally, put the right policies. I think the good thing about space, especially mitigating, the risk that all countries are in the same boat. So, for example, space debris, affecting everyone. Destroying a satellite that creates more debris in space, that everybody will be affected. So I think this will keep, countries to think wisely and also adopt, kind of the right norm, the right cooperation, transparency. I think it's important. Space situational awarenesses, space domain awarenesses, it's also important that we share information. If there is a collision, please move your satellite or something like this. I think this needs to be done in the future, and I think it's very important.
Yeah, I think I've heard of this space traffic management, right? Mm-hmm. So very interesting. I'll give the panelists each some time to tell us what the future looks like. Hassan?
I think from my perspective, within the near future, hopefully within less than a decade, the concept of multi-source, near real-time remote sensing data coming in is inevitable. Today, we're talking about synthetic aperture radar data. We're talking about optical, hyperspectral, a lot of different resources, radio frequency even related or data that comes in. We always say this, and I'm a true believer of this, all advanced technologies evolve from the military first, yes. Right? This is where the demand comes. So with the concept of multi-source and data fusion becoming something more important to the military, this will pave the way, or this will pave the way to future utilization of this data. So if we achieve multi-source data in almost near real time, first of all, of course, that will give us the advantage to feed our AI models, and we see the evolution of AI and artificial intelligence right now, feed it with the right data, because normally, right, if it's, garbage in, garbage out. So with the right data consistency and with the right data precision and accuracy, we can apply it across a lot of different domains, from agriculture to environment to the better of the human life on our globe in general. But of course, with it comes, the responsibility to secure this data, to ensure that this data is in the right hand and it's not being utilized for a different thing. The last thing I would say is a geospatial large language model. And that will only be able to happen if we have that source of data, the multi-source data coming in a more consistent manner.
I would love that future. I think it would unlock the next trillion years of space exploration if we had that access. Frank, I'll pour it to you.
Yeah, I'm going to go down the path very similar to what we've heard already, and layering on the concept that in order for us to use a geospatial large language model as an example in the AI world, and there's no question with all of these sensors on orbit, we are absolutely going to have to use AI infrastructure to process and value that data. But in order to make all of that happen, we need transparency to the training models that we're using to train those algorithms. Because data integrity, data trust, and the security of those systems and the ability to validate what they're telling us is going to be very important. We've seen in the GPS world the impact of spoofing and how it affects us from a trusted user perspective of an infrastructure of that type. So as we look at Earth observation, we want to make sure that we're building in now the ability to recognize AI spoofing, right? Misinformation, we heard that in the last panel, disinformation and the effects that it can have on what we're learning from these sensors and from these space systems. So we want to make sure we're building that architecture into what we're doing so that we can rely and react and make decisions, both human decisions and artificial intelligence decisions, on those data sets with high confidence.
Dr. Sousanis?
Yes, I will just add 3 points to that for the future. So the first one comes from an innovation point of view, technology point of view. So there are many opportunities to innovate in order to go faster to meet our goals. Technologies like AI, quantum computing, communications, cybersecurity, these are very important. The second most important thing is governance and regulation. So the UAE is an active participant in shaping governance. It has signed the Artemis Accords for peaceful use of space. It is part of the UN Committee for Peaceful Use of Outer Space. It's going to participate as a key partner in the NASA's lunar gateway, so we have the Emirates part module there. So UAE is trying its best and it's shaping policies and governance that is towards the right direction. Last but not least, I would say the future is the next generation. We must ensure that students, schools, universities, research organizations are very well aware and they're given real challenges to solve. So that is going to encourage the entire ecosystem to invest heavily into these challenges for space, because at the end of the day, space is the excellent platform for developing skills for the nation that can be used elsewhere in the future. It might be for food, for water, for other things. So I think this is very important. Thank you.
Absolutely. We've talked about diplomacy. We've talked about deploying responsibly. My next question was going to be, how do we expect space operations and warfare to evolve? Your Excellency, you did answer this a little bit, but I'll give you a chance to add on, and then I'll give each of the panelists an opportunity to add on to that.
Well, as I mentioned, space is a critical part for military. I think we will see more countries pursuing, space capabilities, building national space capabilities for sustainability. More cooperation, I think it's important for every nation. And I think spending also, space technology development is driven by defense spending. And a defense contract. I think it's a fact that space has become a domain for war fighting, and I think it will be around, and more activities, more spending on that.
Yeah, so increased funding in defense for space.
For sure.
I think we are seeing that trend, and I believe the UAE is one of the leaders in the investment side for space as well.
Yeah, if I can just add for UAE, UAE is of course, leading the region space-wise. UAE space sector, has diversity from human space flight to space exploration. UAE today have more than 20 large satellites in orbit, diverse in communication, mobile communication, but also Earth observation. Recently, Edge Group, which is the largest defense technology and manufacturing entity in the region, established a company in space called Fada. Fada is an Arabic word of space. But that company objective is to build sovereign space capabilities in the country. And we work closely with Space 42, and there will be, I think, a good or big announcement during IDEX about local cooperation.
Amazing. Thank you for giving us a sneak preview of that. Hassan, I'll go to you.
Yes. First of all, of course, I'm very excited about the progress so far and the collaboration between us and Fada, and it's a program where we're combining the commercial aspect of the game with the defense and national security sector. We're combining that capability together. At the end of the day, when we talk about disaster management, for example, or disaster recovery, that is also national security. And when we talk about food security, it's also related to national security. So defense is not only about, how can I actually get that reconnaissance or to get that data in, or the right intelligence at the right time, but how could I also secure myself? We have also all the maneuverability and movement, be it at sea or land, of course, the drug abuse. There's a lot of trafficking that needs to be monitored. So with the application, or as we mentioned before, if we achieve that near real-time data fusion, we'll be able to secure nations in a more appropriate manner, support the first responders, and support people during disasters, and hopefully even before disasters. If you can actually predict a certain disaster just a few hours sooner than the norm, that can help a lot of, that can have a big impact on humanity as well. So we're combining the two worlds. I think this collaboration will give us the momentum, not only to apply the space technology on the defense sector and the military sector, but how to successfully dually use these capability to better humanity. And this is, I think, the core vision of the UAE strategy.
You make an excellent point there when you point out that defense is not just about the militarization, but also deterrence and resilience.
Exactly, yes.
And really making the data fusion useful for on-Earth applications. So truly amazing insight that you have on that. Frank?
From my standpoint, coming from a US-based company on the space side, one of the challenges that we've had clearly are export controls. And we're finally seeing, I'm going to say, some progress in the effort and the timing and the work necessary to get proper export controls so that we can work cooperatively, share technology, and even transfer technology. For the first time ever, we're starting to see progress in those areas. We have a lot of optimism in the ability to make that happen. And we're seeing the US government leaning in and supporting those concepts, which I think is very important. Because as we move forward from a space perspective, us working together in cooperation between multiple countries is really going to help advance the technology of space, the application of space, and the value of space in, yes, maybe military and intelligence use, but also national security is about our citizens, it's about our infrastructure, it's about protecting the people through natural disasters. It is about managing our assets as sovereign countries. And so when we have the ability to apply space technology in a much more broad sense, in a much more global sense, then we have the ability to manage our assets, respond to disasters, anticipate disasters, be able to get there ahead of a response requirement. Those are the things that we can start to do when we start opening up the ability to export and work together in those technologies.
Well, I love that somehow our acquisition reform makes it to the stage over here, and hopefully the US can get its act together and fix it for the future, because collaboration is truly key. Dr. Susanis?
Yes, thank you. I will add to what the esteemed members of the panel just described before, maybe promoting the technologies that are related to dual use. This will essentially clear up the questions and, let's say, encourage nations to work together, because there are export control limitations there as well. On the second hand, regulations and policies are very important. This will come from the governments. The sooner the better, because we see the space ecosystem becoming very big with many private companies. So we need to have, let's say, an open dialogue and putting some roles and responsibilities across the globe. And that will essentially help develop a sustainable, space for everyone.
Absolutely. Well, this has been an incredibly insightful discussion. Let me recap. Let's work together, make data transparent, trusted, and interoperable. Let's build a geostationary LLM that we can use for prevention of response for climate change, natural disasters, infrastructure monitoring. Let's work to build better regulation and policy to enable this global movement that we're seeing and happening. And the best place that this is happening is the UAE, with the collaboration that's happening and we hope will happen at IDEX as well. So thank you so much, my esteemed panelists, for sharing your expertise, for really giving us an inside perspective. I hope everyone has had their coffee and has really enjoyed their journey to space. I'd also like to thank our audience for your time and your engagement. If you want to continue this conversation, please connect with our panelists after the session, and let's continue this conversation at IDEX and NAVDEX. Thank you all.
شكراً لجميع المشاركين على هذه الجلسة الملهمة.
Thank you to all the participants for this inspiring session.
والآن ندعو الدكتور يحيى المرزوقي نائب رئيس اللجنة التنظيمية لمؤتمر الدفاع الدولي المستشار التنفيذي لمجموعة ستيل لإلقاء الكلمة الختامية.
We now invite Dr. Yahya Al-Marzouqi, Vice Chairman of the IDC Organizing Committee and Executive Advisor, Group PMO and Transformation at Steel Group, to deliver his closing remarks.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, our participants and those participants who are watching us virtually, I would like to take a few moments, with your permission, to reflect on what's been said over the three different topics and what is our takeaway. I think this conference reinforced a fundamental truth that is the security landscape of the world, our well-being, and the security of tomorrow's is all interconnected. And we need to have a response to that accordingly. We had the three sessions. Session number one, they talked about our supply chain vulnerability and how to mitigate that. And we heard some insight and foresight on that. Session two, it was about disinformation and weaponizing of the information. This topic were carefully selected, and the insight of the panelists and the key notice speaker was absolutely amazing, and I hope you agree with me on that. And the third was about the space, and how do we, who is going to own, and how do we collaborate and cooperate. In all three, one thing that really stick out is innovation, collaboration, and resilience. That come out very clearly. Now, what we have done also during the IDEX, which commence tomorrow, and NAVDEX, we have created a bite-size or half-an-hour sessions. We call it IDEX Talk, and as well as NAVDEX Talk, and there are topics also on CBRNE. So please, when you are walking through the IDEX, make sure that you look at your calendar and attend those sessions. These are subject matter experts that we brought to shed some light on a very pressing issue that is taking place. Allow me, before I conclude, to thank MOD, Tawazun, as well as ADNIC for making us this assembly possible. I would also like to thank our chairman, His Excellency Faris Al-Mazrou'i, the chairman of the Higher Committee, and thank you very much. With that, I wish you a very fantastic exhibitions at IDEX, which is starting tomorrow, and looking forward to see you next year in the UMEX and the year after again at IDC. Thank you very much.
جزيل الشكر دكتور يحيى المرزوقي على هذه الكلمة الختامية. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، لقد كان يوماً ثرياً بالأفكار والرؤى. ومع اختتام جلسات مؤتمر الدفاع الدولي، دعونا نغتنم هذه اللحظة للتفكير ملياً في الرؤى القيمة التي تبادلناها وتشاركناها. لقد بحثنا اليوم في بعض أكثر التحديات إلحاحاً التي تواجه عالمنا. كيف نحمي شرايين الحياة لسلاسل الإمداد العالمية، وكيف نتصدى ونواجه المعلومات المضللة، وكيف نستكشف آفاقاً واسعة لا تحدها سماء في عالم الفضاء. إن هذه النقاشات والحوارات تؤكد لنا أن مستقبل الدفاع يتطلب يقظة مستمرة، وإبداعاً متجدداً، ووحدة في الصفوف.
we thank Dr. Yahya Al-Marzouqi for his closing remarks. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it has been an inspiring day filled with impactful ideas. As we conclude the sessions of the International Defense Conference, let us take a moment to reflect on the valuable insights shared today. We've tackled some of the most critical challenges of our time: safeguarding global supply chains, combating disinformation, and unlocking the vast potential of the space domain. These discussions reaffirm that the future of defense requires continuous vigilance, innovative thinking, and unified efforts.
نتوجه بالشكر الجزيل إلى كل المتحدثين والمحاضرين الموقرين، كما نتوجه بالشكر الخالص إلى اللجنة التنظيمية للمؤتمر، ونشكر أيضاً جميع الحضور الذين أسهموا بوجودهم في إنجاح هذه الفعالية. رحلتنا لم تنتهي هنا، غداً إن شاء الله في مركز أبو ظبي الوطني للمعارض تنطلق النسخة الأضخم من معرضي آيدكس ونافدكس، حيث تتشكل الأفكار والرؤى على أرض الواقع، وتتحول الرؤى إلى إنجازات. فلنحافظ على الزخم الذي انطلق اليوم، ولنسعى معا نحو بناء عالم يكون فيه الابتكار والمرونة هما الأساس.
We extend our deepest gratitude to all the esteemed speakers and panelists. Our sincere appreciation also goes to the organizing committee for their exceptional efforts, and to all the attendees whose presence has contributed to the success of this event. Our journey does not end here. Tomorrow, the grand doors of the largest edition of IDEX and NAVDEX will open at the ADNEX Center Abu Dhabi, where ideas come to life and visions turn into success. Let us maintain the momentum built today and strive together to build a world where innovation and resilience are at the cornerstones of our future.
ندعو الآن الدكتور يحيى المرزوقي إلى المنصة لالتقاط صورة جماعية مع المتحدثين.
Please join me in welcoming Dr. Yahya Al-Marzouqi back to the stage for a group photo.
Well, thank you very much. This is my second time back on the stage. For our guest speaker, moderator, we have a small token of appreciation which we will deliver to your hotel or to your offices shortly, inshallah. I would like to invite His Excellency Faris on stage, the Deputy Mubarak, and all the panelists, speakers, and moderators to come on the stage together with our MCs to take a group pictures. If you can come, make your way to the stage, please. The speakers, moderators, MCs.
كل الشكر والتقدير على حضوركم اليوم، ونلقاكم في مؤتمر الدفاع الدولي 2027 بعون الله تعالى.
Thank you all. We look forward to seeing you at the International Defense Conference 2027, inshallah.